Everything's so spacious.
Yes, but the spaciousness needs heating, which I didn't think about. And so if it wasn't for this double glazing, it gets very cold.
Okay. All happy.
Is this a mistake having the arms sticking out?
No, just
Yes.
Well, let's start with your background and childhood, Brodrick. You were born in Netherloch Arbor, which is not Argyllshire, it's in Venetia, you were saying.
I was born in Edinburgh.
Ah.
We were all born in Edinburgh for some mysterious reason. And then, yes, we were all born in Edinburgh.
And then the family moved to...
We didn't. We were on the west till 1929, really. We inherited Gleneagles. We inherited Gleneagles in...
Right. Well, Brodrick, let's start off with your background in childhood. You were born in Edinburgh, and shortly after that your family moved to live in Netherloch Arbor, which of course is in Venetia on the west coast. That's correct?
Yes. Actually, my grandfather lived there before, and that is why we were there at all, because he died comparatively young, at 64 or so, and then my father and mother, when they married, they built a house nearby for my mother and father to be near the bishop. And then the bishop dies, and my grandmother, and my father and mother moved into the big house very soon. So that's why we were living there at that time.
So your grandfather died, obviously, shortly before you were born?
I was 1912,
Right.
and Eric's, my brother's 86, and I am how many years younger than 86? I'm 81.
We go into this.
81.
But so tell me now, you were basically at home until you were sent away to school.
Yes, we had a house at Eastbourne where we went for 3 months of the year. But I don't remember much of that, but it was very convenient for my brother and my sisters because they went to school in Eastbourne. So they could come home on Sundays and that sort of thing, where I was sent to school at Seaford. But the house, we went for 3 months a year, regularly down to Eastbourne.
When were you sent away to school then? You didn't really want to
didn't want to go the least to school. I was quite old. I was 9 when I went first to school. And the south of England, to go from the west of Scotland to the south of England to school, I used to get so homesick that I had what was called feverish attacks when I got to school, because I was so overcome with having to leave home and that dreadful journey, beginning crossing the water in a boat to get to the station, which took the journey took ages, and arriving at school exhausted and miserable.
in fact, you actually rather resisted it, didn't you?
Oh yes. Well, when I was being the youngest, I was always very much on my own, and so I used to like to listen to grown-up conversations, and I used to hide myself very often in a room when my mother was talking to someone. And on one occasion, I was hidden, as usual, behind the curtain somewhere, and a woman came and was telling my mother all about the wonderful things her son, what age he was, I don't remember, we're putting him down for Eton, you see. He's going to Eton. And then after Eton, he's going to Sandhurst. And she went on at great length about all these terrible things that were going to happen. And I thought, my God, do you think that that's going to happen to me? So I couldn't bear it any longer, and I burst out from behind the curtain and said, oh, please, please, put me down for staying at home. And this woman was so shocked, terribly shocked, that I should say that I want to stay at home.
Quite unsuitable.
And not become a soldier and run about with a gun or something.
Exactly.
Yes.
And during that time, of course, at what stage your father inherited the Gleneagles?
He inherited 1918, not from the last Lord Camperdown, but from the one from the last, because he said he didn't want it. And to save complications, we got Gleneagles Camperdown early, in 1918, and they lived in Canada, the Camperdowns.
Yes, they were a famous Navy family, weren't they?
Well, no, latterly they were engineering. Yes, I didn't realize myself. Yes, before Nelson's time, there was Admiral Duncan, who took part at a famous battle against the Dutch, called Camperdown, it was really. And he, it's from him, the Camperdown earldom came to the son. When Admiral Duncan died, his son was created first Earl of Camperdown.
I see.
Yes, but the Camperdowns actually latterly lived a lot in America.
Did things change quite a lot when you moved to Gleneagles, as far as you were concerned?
Terrifically, because the life on the West Coast was wonderful. One went about in oilskins, and when you went to a party, you went everywhere by boat, when I remember first, because the roads were so bad that we always went by boats. And my father didn't care for social life very much and loved it when things went wrong. So we go off. We used to go to dance these things, all dressed up in oilskins, and under the oilskins we our kilts and everything. And our visitors came from England and were horrified. They had to go to a dance by boat. And then my father, in the pitch dark, when we landed, led us up the wrong way to the house. And someone had sequins on her dress, of woman, a very beautifully dressed woman, and she fell into the seaweed. And when they got to the house, she suddenly found, to our horror, the lovely sequins had turned into jelly. And then my father had a lovely way of saying, when no sooner had we arrived somewhere, then he'd say, oh, the tide is turning, we'll have to leave soon. So my mother was furious, because no sooner they got there, we had to leave. It wasn't me so much, because I was too young to go to those parties. But my mother was constantly going to a party and being told she had to leave because the tide had turned. And we had to go, we went everywhere by water.
Quite a Spartan existence, in fact.
And the visitors who came to stay went through hell, really. And they got eaten by midges with the picnics, always having picnics.
Great, winter.
Well, the great thing was picnics, because it gave the servants a rest. So wet or fine, we went off on picnics in the summer.
So when you moved to Gleneagles,
yes.
Of course you moved really into the body of the Haldane clan country, because of course you had
yes.
your
yes.
cousins around you.
At Clone.
Former Lord
yes.
Chancellor
yes.
Haldane.
Yes.
Who was also, I think I'm right in saying, Minister of War at one point.
Yes, in 1913.
Also Minister of Labour.
Yes.
And he lived with his sister, Elizabeth.
That's right.
Who translated Descartes.
Yes.
Then you had the other Haldane family at Foswell.
Yes, up on the hill.
And that's A.R.B. Haldane.
Right.
The distinguished writer. And of course, Naomi Mitchison, who's another cousin.
Yes.
The novelist.
My favourite cousin.
And you spent a lot of time at Clone when you were?
Well, we used, they lived, Lord Haldane and his sister Elizabeth lived in London, in Queen Anne's Gate. But they came up, quite a long time, come up at Easter, depended on what stage of his life. But they went to Clone more towards the end of the time. And we used to be asked over very often, but I loved going to Clone. It was wonderful, because I'd never seen all these famous people. One James Barry was sitting over there, and here's Belloc Lowndes, who wrote The Lodger. It was absolutely thrilling. After that,
Canterbury too.
And the current Archbishop of Canterbury, I can't remember which one, and old Dean Ing, who he was born deaf, but he wasn't as deaf as people made out. He used to be reading Punch and paying no attention to us. So we're having tea, and he was reading Punch in the corner. But it was wonderful. But I was horrified with my cousin Richard Haldane, because I thought this wonderfully clever man. He offered me cakes on a plate at tea before the bread and butter. And I thought that was very strange for a man to pick up the cakes and have a cake before we had the bread and butter. I thought he wasn't very clever.
Well, this is, of course, where you first started meeting a lot of the people
yes.
you would later be photographing.
And especially with old Ing, Dean Ing, because later his wife, Kitty, I used to go and stay with them a lot I went to photograph them down in England when he was in retirement. And they were a great help to me, she was.
Was this where you met Margot Asquith?
No, when I was first in London, in the very early days, I didn't go to Oxford like my brother. I met Margot in those days, and it was Elizabeth Haldane.
Just turn slightly more into the... That's it. Just turn very slightly more to your body, slightly more to Roddy, so slightly got the shoulder slightly more. That's
yes.
Killed in the war, he had 3 sons. I think he had 4 children.
Raymond Asquith.
I think he had 4 children before he married Margot.
Yes.
And she had bad luck. She had miscarriages. Margaret Tennant. And how?
Well, of course, Margot Asquith who was the Countess of Oxford and Asquith at that stage, she encouraged you to take photographs, and you went off to London and you took up photography. Is this how you started?
Not really entirely through Margot. She was very critical, Margot, about photographs. I think this was in me to do that sort of work. But she helped me. She didn't introduce me to famous people. Other people did that. But Margot always was very willing to be photographed. And then I say she used to write these letters to me, in pencil always. And they used to come giving me advice. I don't know why she bothered when you come to think of it. It's curious.
Was it faces that you were interested in? Or was it
No. I always wanted to know what people were really like. And in the long ago, you see, one never saw the people except, well, there was of course no television, on the stage. You only saw them on the stage. And if you saw them in the street, it was kind of exciting. So I wanted to know what Edith Evans was like, so I went to interview her and got an awful fright, because she was rather frightening. But I was this curiosity I had.
And you interviewed Bernard Shaw too?
Yes. Well, he was one of the early photographs I took indoors, and there was a thick fog the day. It would be a bad day when I went to photograph him in Whitehall Court, and at that time I had no flash bulbs, and I was very nervous about the light. I didn't know what the room was going to be like, and when I got there, he was so kind and helpful, and luckily there was a big window, and although there was a fog going on outside, I got him sitting facing the light, but my tripod slipped a great deal on the parquet flooring. It was very awkward, and that made me rather upset. And then, at that time, there were exposure meters on the market where you read the light, but I hadn't got one because I couldn't have how expensive. So Shaw suddenly said to me, he saw me rather worried, and he said, just wait a moment. And he went out of the room and came back with this exposure meter. And so he took the reading himself. And so really he almost took the photograph. Then he got back into the great alacrity. He moved very quickly for his age. And he sat down and posed. He loved posing. He held his pen up like this. And I took the photograph, and it came out as one of my first ever photographs. But he was so kind. And then the famous secretary he had, called Blanche Patch, she was with him 50 years. And of course, I remember her vividly, and she was with him then. And yes, he asked me to lunch, and I thought it was very strange, because he told me originally I could photograph him if I took not longer than 5 minutes. Yes, that was it, 5 minutes. And in the end, I've been there such a long time, I was overcome rather with shyness even then, and I said, I couldn't stay to lunch, but of course, as to rubbish, I could have done. But I think I was getting enough of it because I'd been so rather a long time.
Well, you were quite a young man, and
yes, I was. I suffered terribly from. Yes, yes.
In Scotland, and you were at school in England, but you went into the London season in a rather different kind of way than most people.
Oh yes.
Background.
I was in trade.
Well, exactly. Yes.
That's what someone once said. Of course, you've got to remember you're in trade.
How did you actually find the people that you photographed when you were doing your work for the magazines? I mean, your friends, how did they react? I
thought the friends gave much more trouble than the strangers. They were much more self-conscious about being photographed and worried about their appearance all the time. And so, you won't use that one, will you? And this, I don't like being taken this way. They gave a lot of trouble. And they really were quite difficult, some of my friends.
In fact, they pretended they didn't want you to photograph them.
Oh, that was a great idea, because at that time no one took photographs at dances much, weddings occasionally, but they didn't have their dances photographed. And they were always in private houses, the dances in those days, not hotels. And so when I arrived at a house to take photographs, people thought it was a little strange. But people often say to me, well, we're going to the Snooks's ball tonight. I suppose I know you're going. But we know that you're so busy, you won't mind if we don't speak to you, because we know you're going to be so busy that you won't have time to speak to us. What they really meant was, please don't talk to us, because people will realize that we want our photographs taken, and that we know a photographer.
Presumably, if you didn't photograph them, they'd be offended.
Yes, and then when they came out in the papers, which was once a week, they rushed out to buy them for a shilling, and used to hide them in the rooms, I can remember. And someone said, oh, you've got photographs, and Brodrick's got a photograph of you in the Tatler. Have I got in the Tatler? And they knew all perfectly well they were in the Tatler. I don't know why they were like that.
partly through your friends that you were able to go to, obviously, all these dances.
Yes.
You were taken along to race meetings
Yes.
and all sorts of things like that. How did was there a lot of competition from other photographers?
Terrible competition, because they said that I was taking away the work from the starving photographers, and I had about £120 a year from my father, and I was accused of using my social position to take away the work of the struggling photographers, and they used to gang up against me. I promise you, in those days you wouldn't believe it was pretty tough.
Well, they used to throw things at you.
Yes, when I went to a race meeting, I was photographing someone, and I used to hear jeering noises behind me, oh, like that, you see, sort of just making catcalls at me, because I was speaking to, and then they threw stones, literally stones.
In those days, of course, there was a lot of social publicity and publications around. There were lots of magazines.
Oh, yes,
that wanted
yes.
this sort of thing. Obviously, today we have Hello. And
Yes,
we have,
yes. Oh no, it was quite
It
different.
was quite different then.
Also, the editors didn't like anyone foreign. So when I went to St. Moritz, and places where there were a great many Italians and Germans and all French people, they didn't like me photographing they liked English names. Wherever I went, it was always these English names had to be produced.
But this was actually another dimension, because you started off in London going around taking photographs for magazines of people in London or at dances in England,
Yes.
or indeed in Scotland. The European thing came. When did you first go to the European?
I was sent away about 36 for the first time. I went to Monte Carlo. I think it was 36.
And then it became a routine after that.
Yes, always summer and winter, and always the same time, and always beastly the same people. The photographs are very monotonous. They were always the same people.
Looking at people you'd seen in London. Too.
And yes, awful. It was always the same people. But after the war, it was easier. But they disliked foreigners. It was very curious.
But when you say they disliked foreigners, they liked presumably film stars.
Well, you know, I had great trouble, now you say that, by taking film stars. I can tell you that they did not like, up to the war, pictures of Marlene Dietrich, for instance. They had a sort of publicity photographs of her, publicity ones, but they didn't like me photographing actresses at a party very much.
Well, this is because they weren't really considered respectable.
I don't know what it was. It is true.
Yes. It's a funny thing, isn't it? Can I just get back to
Yes.
When you first started taking photographs, because you bought a camera, or you were given a camera.
I was given a camera.
And how soon did you manage to master it? I mean, was this a spontaneous?
How
something in you?
soon did I master cameras? I had no knowledge of cameras at all. I learned by my mistakes, and still do. I learned entirely by my mistakes. Sometimes I did a lot of photographs, and they were absolutely atrocious. You see, in those days, the films weren't so fast for light, and you were always worried about the light. But talking about the first time I took those sort of photographs, I was in the south of France, and the Windsors hadn't been married very long then, and they were a rather lonely couple in a funny way. So I didn't know Ernest Simpson quite well originally, and so she knew me very well, by sight certainly, and one night at Monte Carlo, they were on their own at some gala night, outdoors, and I was quite excited because I thought I'd get lovely photographs of them. And sure enough, they were very kind, and the Duke said to me, come and sit with us. Well, of course, the last thing I wanted to do was to sit. I wanted to work. However, in the end, actually, the Duchess actually held my bulbs. I had flash bulbs in those days, and I can remember she helped to hold the bulbs. Well, I took all that evening, I took masses of interesting people, and sent the films off in the envelopes, as usual, to London. And those days, people didn't telephone, they rang you up. They used to send telegrams. Suddenly, a telegram arrived. All your photographs are blank. What are you doing? And the whole of that night, all that work was wasted because there was a short circuit in my camera, unknown to me. It flashed, and they went on the film. And all those Windsor photographs and all that whole night's work up till 3 in the morning was nothing.
Terrible disaster.
You know, you have no idea what the agonies one went through with work. And things disappeared in the post, too.
I mean, literally, you would have to post everything, is that right?
No, the great idea was for speed, and the only way of being quick was, I had special envelopes, and every day wherever I was, they went into the post every evening. But you had to put in some idea of who you'd photograph. But in the long ago, most editors most people knew the people by sight. Well, when they didn't, you see, I had to write fat man on the left is the Duke of so-and-so, and the thin woman on the right, you see, like that. It was very complicated. I had to do all that before it went into the post. Well, then they got to London, and they were processed very quickly. And then anyone can take photographs, but they can't sell them. But the distribution took place out of my hands, you see. They all arrived in London, then they were developed, printed, and sent off to wherever they thought they should be used.
Where were the fashionable places then? You were sent off to all these wonderful, romantic sort of locations where all the smart people went. You went to Switzerland, you went to France.
Yes.
It became a kind of annual calendar routine, didn't it?
Yes, it did. But it was very monotonous, really, because you were always watch the same places at the same time. But
you went to Antibes, wasn't that right?
I tell you, yes, but before that, the great thing was to go to Le Touquet, because it was easy to get to from London for golf. So in the early days, I went often at Easter onwards. I was sent to Le Touquet because that was where people went for the weekends. So that was one of the places that I did a lot of work there. And that's when the photographers got very nasty and did throw things at me also. Then Antibes, let's see now, when I went down to that's next door to Cannes, that was not supposed to be very smart in the summer, but it was very interesting because Beatrice Lilly were there, and Noel and the Windsors took a house nearby. So Eden Rock at Antibes was very sort of good for me. And when I was there, that's when I first met Marlene Dietrich before the war, when she wasn't so difficult. I met her there. And then when I went another time, we were asking about to meet the Kennedys, was it? Yes, the Kennedys were there. That was it. And I'm trying to think what used to go on. It was very interesting, Eden Rock, because it's so popular, you see.
Well, that really was your career during the 30s, wasn't
yes.
it? You at one stage you sidetracked into acting.
Well, I did a year in the early days, a year of film work, and pretty well a year with Sir Philip Bengreet Shakespearean Company, when he was already nearly 80.
Well, Shakespearean Company was first, and then
films came first. I just happened to get jobs. I think it was one's age, you see. When one was that age, it wasn't perhaps so difficult to get, it couldn't have been very difficult to get the jobs. And the trouble was there was no hour regulation for the hour work in those days. So you had to go down to L Street, leaving London at 6 o'clock in the morning. And no joke, and then they tell you to bring a dinner jacket or whatever it was. But you never knew the name of the film. You were put into two films in one day, perhaps. And I find it rather unnerving because they used to pick me out perhaps to do something, like walking down the staircase or something, and I used to be frightfully nervous. And when I was doing one of those sort of acts, there was a very nice young man who was in the film, and he started talking to me, and because I really was getting sometimes very alarming, I found it very frightening. And he turned out to be Rex Harrison. And so years and years later, when I met him in Switzerland, Charlie Chaplin's at supper, I said, I was once in a film with you. And he looked at me rather surprised. And sure enough, he remembered it, the film. And in those days, he wasn't known.
There were a lot of, obviously, famous names of the future that you were working with at that time.
Well, I didn't work long enough, perhaps, for that. Dorothy Dixon's daughter, Dorothy Dixon today is 100, and her daughter, Dorothy Hyson, I was in the film with her. Can you imagine? Dorothy Dixon today is 100. Amazing.
But a lot of these actors then, who you would never have photographed socially,
yes.
became socially acceptable after that.
Oh, it's like David Niven. See, David Niven and his first charming wife, when they gave parties, I went to their parties in London, and that was quite acceptable.
But everything then rather changed because, of course, the war came along.
Absolutely.
And it threw everything into turmoil.
Yes.
And, of course, you were called up, were you not?
Oh, yes, indeed. I was told you must get, before you get called up, for the army you want to get in before then, because you're going to have a dreadful time. And I had no influence, you see. A lot of people had influence, therefore they got jobs in the Ministry of Information, or they did this, that, or the other. So there was a man called Sir Victor Caslett, and he was a well-known family in Kent. A very rich family, I think origins in Russia. And he thought that he'd start an anti-aircraft battery for backward boys like me, who had never been in the army. It's clever of him, and he started this battery and got his friends, sons and people to join it. So somebody said, oh, you better join that battery because it won't be so bad as being sent to some dreadful place, other place, somewhere awful. So I went, and I found out Victor Caslett said, yes, will you come to the Ritz Hotel? And I was interviewed in the Ritz Hotel about joining his battery. I thought it was a wonderful start. And then we agreed, so I'd join. And eventually I got there, and he used to come down once a week to inspect us. We were at Sevenoaks then. And he used to come down once a week to inspect us, and he had a way of saying, how's your mother? When you're meant to be standing to attention with fixed bayonets and things, he'd suddenly say, how's your mother? Oh, I saw your aunt last week. And he went very informal, and he rushed round, then got into a Rolls Royce and drove back to London, and he used to say to me, I have to hurry, I'm having tea with Queen Mary. This was all before Dunkirk, you see. And it was very curious. And then we were sent to Chatham. But at a terrible moment, when we were sent to Chatham, which was just about the Battle of Britain time, General Sikorski, who was in charge of the Polish army, Caslett went with him to Russia to one of those meetings of Stalin, and never came back to us. And we were suddenly landed, after having a wonderful time with Victor Caslett, we were landed with no Caslett. He left us. And he was killed in an aeroplane, coming back with General Sikorski for one of those expeditions. But when he left, we were thrown to the lions. It was terrifying. We got a very fierce colonel, came and ran the whole thing, and we were down at Chatham, as I say. And you've no idea what one went through. And that was when they had a way of having, with the people in the dockyard, the guns in our guns in the dockyard, you see, and then at the headquarters, I got a telephone call to say that our planes were coming over to do an exercise at the dockyard. They did it once a week to get our gunners into focus, to know how to deal with it. And during the message came, and I forgot to ring the dockyard. And all these planes came roaring overhead. And our men nearly let fire at them, and they opened fire. And I got in this awful trouble because I hadn't given the message.
There was another occasion, of course, when the Germans came.
Oh, yes. When was that? What was that now, when the Germans came?
I thought that was, you didn't, they were coming and you didn't recognize them.
I don't remember that, but I was told to go out at night to trap parachutists, German parachutists. We had to wear gym shoes to be quiet. We were sent out with guns at night. And I said, what would happen if I met someone else in St. Moritz with a German count or something? Would I say, I won't shoot you if you won't shoot me? And that was overheard, and I was being flippant. And I was made to do awful fatigue, picking up rubbish in the street or something for being flippant in the war.
And did you not have an occasion when Cecil Beaton came down?
Ah, yes. That was fairly early in the war. The telephone rang. I wasn't on the guns then, and I was in this office. And to my amazement, I didn't know he was coming. He was sent down from the Ministry of Information to photograph us at Chatham. And I said, we don't know who's speaking. I said, Brodrick, what do you mean? I said, what are you doing down there? Well, I said, I'm a gunner now. And he said, well, I'm coming to photograph you. Would you tell your head commanding officer that I'm waiting at the Bull Hotel? Do I come up now? And he came up for lunch. And as they were short-handed in the officers' mess, I had to hand the vegetables round. And I thought the funniest thing that ever happened to me was that I ended up waiting at table on Cecil Beaton, who I'd known not very well, but fairly well.
You'd worked with them at all?
No, not really.
You probably competed in a minor way.
I don't know, but it was very amusing to think that I ended up waiting at table.
So you basically you didn't enjoy your army existence?
Do you know, awful thing to say, I had wonderful friendships. The people were so helpful because I was at a terrible disadvantage. For instance, I was told to peel potatoes, but I'd never peeled a potato in my life. And instead of being nasty to you, a man would say, well, I'll do it for you. I always I found people extraordinarily helpful.
Sounds excellent.
Yes.
Did it for you.
Yes. But what I hated was having to wear those awful army boots, for instance, when we went on leave, because they made an awful racket when you walked on the pavements, and you slipped very easily with these hobnail boot things. And so I got fed up with the noise walking along the street and nearly falling over, that I went to Fortnum Mason's and said, would you take all these tacks out of the soles of my boots? Because I wanted it done. I went back to Chatham, and I had to go on parade, and when I went on, I was walking alone, and the sergeant major said, what's the matter with your boots? They weren't making any noise, you see. And he was like a horse. He said, would you hold your foot up? And I had to hold my leg up to show my... He said, what have you been doing? Were you tampering with your boots? Well, of course I had. I got into terrible trouble with tampering with army equipment.
Well, at the end of the war, was it
Yes.
difficult to really get started again?
Was it difficult to get started again? Let's think. No, it was rather easy because so many people were still occupied in wartime sort of duties. So the papers, that's when the status things went rather downhill, I think, after the war. They weren't very well edited, I don't think.
Tremendous austerity then, and of course...
Yes. And then I never worked under my name originally, long ago. When I first started, I was anonymous. And then after the war, began first time to use my name. That's how it was.
And were you doing any photojournalism as such? Were you interviewing people and taking...
Oh, that always went on.
Yes,
I went, except other people were doing it too, more then. Yes, I did. Yes. It's in the kitchen, if you...
Were you ever on the guns?
Oh yes, several times. But as they were light anti-aircraft, you see, they didn't have a very wide range. When I was...
Were you ever on the guns?
Oh, indeed, yes. Not for me. When I was at Sevenoaks, to start with, it's the time of Dunkirk, there was no question of being on guns. But when I was sent to Chatham then, you see, we went over to Chatham, where we were guarding the dockyard, really. And so one day they thought it was a good thing for me to go up on the guns. There were 4 on a gun, you see. And I really didn't know one thing at all, nothing about the guns. I mean, I was very badly schooled in it. And so I was taken up to this place where we were meant to be guarding an aerodrome and some factory making planes. And so there we were, and it was a lovely day, and this blue sky, and I was not reading Vogue, as they had put in the paper somewhere. I was reading some book or other, and the others had gone off to buy sweets. And suddenly I heard an air raid siren in the town. Our siren didn't go off. And I thought, well, I didn't pay much attention. And I looked up and I saw about 4 planes. And they were so high up, you see, that I couldn't see what they were. So I thought they were ours. And indeed they weren't, they were German. And they were making for the factory. And we were stationed, you see, like there was an avenue of guns. Emplacements going up to the factory, and they began to loose the bombs. And I thought they were, and I wasn't ready. I mean, I was sitting on the ammunition box, and there was no question of telling them where to stand or what part of the gun to use. I didn't know how to work it anyway. Can you imagine not knowing how to work the gun? Well, anyway, So suddenly it was a tornado, a great tornado, and this earth was shot out in the air, and we were covered in mud, and it was terrible. And then the houses were bombed next door, where we were just around beside us. It was chaos, and a horse was cut in half, I remember, in the field. And all this happened, we didn't do any action at all, you see. But I said to the men, get back into the air raid shelter, because they might come back, because we couldn't hit them. They luckily didn't come back. But the chaos, suddenly, after a lovely sunny day, to find this horse cut in half in the place, it was very frightful. I'd never seen anything so awful. And sitting on the ammunition box, I didn't know I was. So I'd have gone right up.
How did you get on with military drill and all that sort of thing?
Military, I wasn't bad at military drill. Somehow I wasn't bad at that, I don't think.
And shooting?
The shooting, that was another story. Well, one day they thought, as I came from Scotland, about grouse and everything, that I'd be quite good at my shooting. So we went, some targets were rigged up, and they said to me, that's your target there. Then I discovered they expected me to lie on the ground, because I've always shot standing up. So I said, I can't do it lying down, I can only do it standing up. And the officer was absolutely furious. Really, honestly, I was practically sent away. But I didn't, you see, I'd always been so used to standing up shooting, to lie on the ground. Well, I did lie on the ground after a bit. And next to me, unfortunately, there was a cracked shot. And I peppered all his target with my pellets, by mistake, smashed it up.
There were quite a group of you,
yes.
At Chatham. There was...
Yes, James Pope Hennessy.
Yes.
There were quite a group of friends. And James Pope Hennessy was found with a typewriter on the gun emplacement, typing a book, when we were meant to be watching for the enemy.
After the war, of course, everything changed rather dramatically.
Yes.
Did you slip into the old way of life fairly quickly?
No, I don't think so at all. I think it was rather complicated. Now, it's rather hard to remember, but it wasn't easy at all, really, no. I found, for instance, just at the end of the war, rationing, food was very much more difficult. I mean, it was very difficult. Food became very difficult to get, and very, very expensive to living after the war.
What about the magazines and newspapers?
Well, the Tatler started up. In fact, it restarted about 3 times after the war. It failed and started again. It started up, but it was very, what I call weak tea. It wasn't very, the editors weren't very, very interesting.
Was it as glamorous?
No, I don't think it was. I think it was, for a bit, it was rather dull. Then appeared someone called Tony Armstrong Jones. And he appeared on the scene, and a great idea long ago with newspaper photographs, they must on no account have grain, what was called grain. Grain was that sort of foggy look it had when things weren't exposed properly, like porridge. And so Tony Armstrong Jones suddenly took a lot of photographs with lots of grain. He became fashionable. And so all the papers were publishing Tony's pictures with lots of grain, which we were told was dreadful, and became rather the thing to have grain on the photographs. He was very, very experimental, what is the word? He was very enterprising. And I was doing the routine photographs as usual, and he came along and revolutionized social photographs, really he did. And he used to come to me and say, do you think these photographs are good enough? I always remember.
Was by this time you started working with Harold Nicholson?
Oh no, I went to, some reason I went to Harold Nicholson, who I had never met at that time. He had a flat in London, and King's Bench Walk. And I went to him, I think I went to photograph him, and while I was there, I was talking about London's Diary, and at that time I hadn't restarted my work with them, and he did help me quite a bit. It was Patrick Balfour then running it, who was later Lord Kinross. And
at this stage, had you met Vita Sack?
No, that was the wonderful thing that happened to me in the future. But I did write to Vita Sack from West, before the war it must have been, to ask if I could photograph her, and she wrote back a letter saying, I never come to London, I don't like being photographed, and I'm afraid I just don't want you there's no need for you to come, in other words. At the bottom of the letter, in ink, because the other was typed, she put, I find, on rereading this letter, I find it pompous. I wish you every success in your work, and I'm sorry if this has been a pompous letter. And then I never saw her, didn't meet her until 5 years later. And I went down to Sissinghurst generally during the week, because Harold Nicholson came down on the weekends. And I went down to photograph. How I got down there, I can't remember. She had a very nice secretary who I got to know, and the secretary wangled that I could come down to photograph Vita. In those days, I didn't realize that no one ever went into her workroom up in the tower, this lovely place she had, you know. It was a huge ruined house which they restored in bits. So when you went out to lunch, you put a coat on to go to another part of the house. And it was a curious restoration. And this lovely tower in the middle. And in that tower was her workroom. And I went up to that workroom and photographed her. And then we were talking about Virginia Woolf, because you see, when Virginia Woolf died, which was about the time I first met her, Virginia Woolf left a lot of her manuscripts to Vita, including Orlando, which really was a story based on Vita herself. And so one day she said to me, which manuscript you would like to see? Amazing. So I said, oh, I'd like to see Orlando. And she took me up these stairs to a room above where she worked, opened an enormous chest. And I believe in that chest were all the things that we now read, all the diaries and things. And she opened the big chest and she said, there's Orlando, and I opened it and held it in my hand, and it was in Virginia Woolf's writing, all in violet-coloured ink. And I actually held it in my hand. That was wonderful. And then she shut the chest again. But I believe now, looking back, that all those things we read later were all hidden in that chest. And somebody said to me, but she never allows anyone to go into that workroom of hers. But I used to go down quite often, and I used to go up into that place. She never stopped smoking, which worried me. And I'm sure that's possibly what killed her.
Was she a very tall woman?
Very tall, and you know, supremely aristocratic. She'd have an old battered hat, felt hat. She'd had a dirty Burberry, and leggings, and sort of riding boots. And even the back view was aristocratic. I can't tell you, she had a tremendous air about her. And I'd tell you another thing, she had the most beautiful speaking voice. I've never known a woman with a more beautiful voice. I've heard it first on the radio before I knew her. She had a lovely speaking voice.
Another aristocratic person you knew then was Cynthia Asquith.
That came later, yes.
Oh, I see, I thought that was about...
Well, I can't really remember. Now I say that I can't really remember when I first met Cynthia. I met Cynthia Asquith several times with no what I call visible results. But eventually she went down to live at Bath. And I did write to her then, and she said to come down. And I found she was in bed. I thought it was marvellous photographing Cynthia Asquith writing her memoirs as she was in bed.
It was J.M. Barrie's secretary, wasn't she?
She was indeed. And so she did help me a lot afterwards. When I was in Bath, I was doing an article on Bath, and she sent me around to all kinds of people. But she was a curious woman. She'd been a great beauty in her day, but I couldn't see the beauty. I mean, I couldn't see anything that remains of the beauty. She was rather an interesting face, really. But she was a Weems, you know. She was a Chartress. She is.
And she's a sister. Her sister is Lady Victoria, is that right?
It's rather muddling. I have to think rather hard. No, I don't think so. Cynthia Asquith died some time ago, at over 80. But Lady Victoria Weems. Yes. Lady Victoria Weems is a Portland. And she's 103, yes. So I'm told.
Can we move on to
yes.
Ernest Simpson?
To Ernest Simpson, yes.
First, come into contact with him.
Well, Ernest Simpson, when he was married, he married a friend of mine after the Duchess of Windsor. But what people forget or don't realize, he had another wife who died. After the Duchess of Windsor, he had a wife who died after about 9 months, had a baby and died. And then he married this friend of mine, Admiral Lewison Gore, who was a daughter of Sir John Mullins. And then I got to know him very, very well. And I met many people in his London house who I never would have met otherwise. But before that, I had met Ernest. I met the Duchess of Windsor when she was Mrs. Simpson. The opposite. I met her first when she was Mrs. Simpson. I took English husbands and American wives or something. I did a series. And I met her, and I photographed her in Hyde Park. But then I never saw her again after that. But Ernest Simpson I saw right up to his death.
Was he quite a mild man? man?
No, he was an extraordinary man. He was such, I can't describe him, he was so friendly, and he gave wonderful dinner parties when he had married this friend of mine. And I used to meet, as I say, very interesting people with him. And when you went to dine there, in his house in London, you always had to play this awful thing called the game, which meant, like charades. I used to loathe it. But he used to always make you play this game. And the dining room was lit entirely with candles, and the food was wonderful. And then he died quite young, you know. One thought everyone old in those days, but he wasn't. He died not very, he wasn't very old, he died. He married again. Because I met her, see, I met the Kennedys, they first came to London. They were too glad to know people. I met them early on.
Well, after the war, the European social scene did change a bit, didn't it? And
Certainly.
Different places became fashionable.
Yes.
And you found yourself going to places like Cannes, where you met Elsa Maxwell, for
Yes,
example.
yes. She used to organize parties for people like Barbara Hutton, who I got to know. Barbara Hutton was very lonely always, and not very good to her husbands. And one husband at that time was she was about to part company with him, and Elsa Maxwell took her over and gave parties. Elsa Maxwell was always giving parties for these famous people. In fact, I think she must have made a lot of money doing this. And she used to arrange these wonderful parties, and she used to say, I'll have you come. She always said, I'll have you come Thursday, and that was for one of her parties, you see. And do you know, things she did no one else thought of. When I photographed her parties wherever they were, south of France, she always saw to it that I got sent home. Because usually when I went to these parties, I had to walk or get a taxi or even walk home. But she always arranged that I was to be taken home. And I always thought that was wonderful.
What was the expression they used for her?
Oh yes, there's a lot of people disliked her intensely because, you see, she gave very successful parties, but they didn't accept her in cafe society, rarely, you see, and whatever that is. And so this rather nasty woman who gave parties equally grand in a way said Elsa Maxwell's the acme of refined vulgarity. So I didn't quite understand that. Refined vulgarity.
When you were in Antibes at
Yes.
Eden Rock, that was when you met the Kennedy family.
Up. Say it again.
When you went to Eden Rock, for example, you met the Kennedy family.
Yes, I went so many times there. That was the time. What happened then? Let's think. Is that worth mentioning? Oh yes, that was the time I photographed the Duchess of Windsor for the first time.
That was before the war.
Oh gosh, the war was just going to happen. 39, I did it. It's 39.
And then after the war?
After the war, I did when the photographs didn't come out.
Yes, no, I was thinking of the Kennedys.
Oh, the Kennedys. I followed the Kennedys round because they took the children to Switzerland every winter, and they took them to the south of France to see. So wherever I was, they nearly always were there too. Not Father Kennedy, but Mother Kennedy, and the children. I got to know them ever since they arrived in London, because as I said, I think that they were awfully keen to know some people, because when they first came to London, those children, they didn't know anybody. I found the Kennedys rather difficult in the early days. I couldn't understand what they were talking about, because their accent was very strong. I can remember that. I found it rather hard to understand them.
They'd all have been teenagers then?
Yes, I didn't see the president one till later. He wasn't so visible then. But I did see all the others, and then they were there in Eden Rock that later year, just 39 that must have been. And that's when I took, luckily took the president one, man, took him with two of the sisters.
And you'd taken Joe Kennedy, his older brother.
I took, yes, and I took the girl too, who fell out of the aeroplane, was killed in the aeroplane, Kathleen. I photographed her. I photographed all the Kennedys.
You're not terribly happy about the noise.
No,
Is that a bore? Kennedys.
Yeah. Well, you first met the Kennedy family prior to the First World War. Was that in Antibes?
That was in Antibes, yes.
And you subsequently met them and several other...
Well, you see, wherever I went to do my photographs each year, more or less the same places, they went also. So I had them in Switzerland, and I had them everywhere. And when I had my appendix out in Lausanne, not in Lausanne, in St. Moritz, they used to come down to see me in the hospital, because I was there nearly 2 months. I was rather ill. And Mrs. Kennedy used to come down, very good of her. And then, actually, the President came once or twice. They used to come down, so I got very used to them. And they got used to me, because we were always meeting.
This is Rose Kennedy.
Yes, yes, yes. But she was such a... Do you know, I never saw her smile.
What kind of response did they get when they came to London?
That's so long ago to my mind, I can't remember. It's the fact that they were sort of big family and everything, the terrific publicity. But I don't remember any back chat about it at all. In fact, it seems an awfully short time before the war came. Well, it was quite a long time, I suppose, but it seemed to me awfully soon that they all came to an end.
Because they're a very, very unfortunate family, a lot of rather
yes.
disasters.
Yes, yes. But I found myself very often with Rose, Mrs. Kennedy, because she was on her own. The children went skiing or bathing or something, and I found myself very often talking to her alone. But she never smiled and over laughed or gave any impression of being happy.
Yes.
Engaged to the
Devonshire boy and married him, and Haldane, he got killed the next month. And then she took up with Lord Fitzwilliam's son. No, he was Fitzwilliam. And she was obviously going to marry him, and they went off in this aeroplane, it crashed. Then she was buried at Chatsworth in spite of the fact she was living with another man. What was that? I think it may be.
I don't know. I mean, I think that's... I mean, I don't
How-
know. Actually, I assume that was...
I'm not going to move because I think I'm going to upset
But
everything.
it is Kathleen. Kathleen was the one that was engaged to...
Yes,
I'm sure it was.
yes.
So it will be her.
Well, the thing was that Mrs. Kennedy, you see, always seemed to be alone. Like me, I was sitting waiting to photograph people, wherever it happened to be, and she was always there, but she never smiled even. I never saw a more unhappy face. And so small. She was so little to all these children. I think she was rather an unhappy woman.
What would have happened to Joe, the son?
There's another one in my photographs
Yes, Joe.
who was kicked.
Yeah,
He was
son.
shot.
He was shot.
Yes.
I'll mention that, actually. I'll mention
Yeah,
Joe, and then I'll mention... Because I just
yes.
think it's quite interesting.
Okay.
The Kennedys had their fair share of tragedies. You photographed Joe Kennedy, he was, I think, the eldest son before
Yes.
the war, and he had rather an unfortunate...
Mm-hmm.
and then this other photograph, of course, is of Eunice Kennedy, who's alive, and John F. Kennedy, and the daughter Kathleen. She had rather
That's right, yes.
happy.
Yes,
And
yes. But I seem to see a great deal of them because they went so much the same places, you see, for skiing and bathing in the summer. We always seemed to end up together. But it was curious, I was so close, I got rather close to Mrs. Kennedy, but she worried me because she never smiled or laughed and looked awfully unhappy, really.
Kathleen was engaged to
Hartington, Lord
Duke
Hartington.
of Devonshire's heir.
Yes, they were married in a registry office in rather a hurry when he was on leave, and then he was killed very soon after.
And then she got engaged again, didn't she?
Didn't get engaged, was practically living with Lord Fitzwilliam.
And then she was killed in a
With him,
crash herself.
with him,
Yes.
going to the south of France in a storm. But she's buried at Chatsworth.
Just stop a second. Okay, we're back in again. Right.
What were you going to say about Kennedy?
Oh yes, when the Kennedys travelled, I was told, they travelled with two men, attendants, who went ahead and saw about the luggage, and apparently they walked down the corridor in a Swiss train and said, the Kennedys are coming. Well, of course, people wasn't talking about Kennedys are coming. The answer was the dining room was too small, the dining car was too small for them. So everyone was shoved out so the Kennedys could have tea. But they travelled always with these two men who ran the whole show, you see. They need to, because there were so many of them, and seeing about the luggage and everything. But the curious thing is that I always remember Mrs. Kennedy never laughed or smiled. And when she came to see me in the hospital in St. Moritz, she never looked happy. And yet for all those children, it must be rather interesting to be the mother, even before they were famous. It must be rather wonderful to have all those children, but she didn't look happy.
You never saw him?
I did, briefly, I think at Edinburgh, that same visit that I've been talking about. I did see him, and yes, I think I photographed him, yes, I did. That's when I photographed the Duke and Duchess of Windsor, and the Duchess said to me, you know the Duke doesn't like to be photographed on that side, but on this side. Actually, I didn't know the Duke of Windsor was always photographed with his parting showing, when he was king and everything. So I happened to know this. So when I took this famous photograph at Edinburgh, she told me.
I was going to move on to the beautiful women that you've come across in your time, and following on with the Duchess of Windsor.
Yes.
What was she actually like? I mean,
extremely ugly. But the funny thing was, you didn't realize how ugly she was because she was full of animation. She had this terrific animation. It wasn't until afterwards I realized how ugly she was, looking at the photographs. Everything was flawless. Her hair was beautifully done. Everything was perfection. But she had this very ugly nose, as far as I remember, which seemed to go on a long way. And but the animation was so tremendous that her looks were obliterated because she was so jolly, and not jolly, what is the word? Very talkative, and animation, terrific animation. And the hands, I can remember, she had no nails. They were like your little fingernails, all of them. She had practically no nails, very ugly hands.
Did she?
Sorry, could we just pull the mic out again? It's sinking back in.
Put it in.
Yeah,
Out, sorry. Right?
yeah, that's a bit more. Just right. Okay, onwards. Shall we go?
Yes. Did she have this? You always get the impression that she rather dominated the Duke.
Well, certainly, you're perfectly right. I noticed, about dominating the Duke, she told him where to stand, and he never spoke at all, hardly, and she said this, that, and the other to him, and I noticed she did all the talking, you see, and he never seemed to, at that date, just before the war, he seemed to be curiously silent. I didn't know what he looked. He had no animation, but she was a mess of chatter and talk, and beautiful. Everything was beautiful, so perfect that it was almost too perfect. And so I said to an American woman who was there afterwards, I said, "Do tell me, now, what, as you're an American, what do you think of the Duchess?" And this American woman said to me, "You see any number of those any day of the week in Fifth Avenue." A sort of a replica. They were all beautifully dressed. They all had perfectly done hair. But it was extraordinary how ugly. She really was ugly.
Did you see them after the war?
Did I see them after the war? No, I can't remember. Did I see them after the war? No, the last I saw them was just on the eve of the war, when they had they were in the south of France, and I was, and they had to leave. They tried to get to America and got as far as the frontier to Spain. No, I didn't see them after the war.
When you first went to London, you were looked after by a friend of the family.
Yes.
Louise Mary Minty.
Yes, but she is the one who had helped my cousin of the Haldane book. That one. She did. I think I mentioned that she did the help to them over.
She gave you a home.
And she looked after me really because she was working, and then her job came to an end, and she looked after me in London. And all my journeys abroad, she was in London looking after the photographs when they arrived and everything. But she advised me on many things to do with newspapers. It was through her that I really photographed Bernard Shaw, because she said, "Don't keep on talking about what you're going to do it." And she said, "Sit down and write a letter to Bernard Shaw." She was very good with me. In fact, she rather gave her life up to helping me. But then, of course, she was on her own. But she died. Well, she went over to Canada, where she had been for 50 years, and never came back and died. I've missed her terribly.
You've always been very fortunate in finding beautiful women who looked after you. You've always been very fortunate in finding a succession of beautiful women who've really kept an eye on you and helped you to do things. For example, Mary Latter.
Well, she was a very exceptional person. One's very apt to say people are exceptional, but she was exceptional. But as she had rather an unsatisfactory son by her first marriage. She was, in a way, lonely. And I think she was interested in what I was doing, and I think she rather enjoyed looking after me. And I used to spend about 5 months of the year always in that house in Lausanne where she lived, beautiful house. But the penalty of all these people who help you, there's a penalty, and that is they're very exacting. So sometimes with Mary Chevreau she became, when I said I was going back to London next week, she said, no, you're not. You see, they were a little bit domineering with these people, because you can't go next week because we're going to so-and-so. And then I had to do my photographs and be social, which I found very hard. Because when I was staying in that house, the Queen of Spain very often came. There were dinner parties, and I had my work to do, you see. And she never really, she said, you shouldn't do your captions, just go and do them now. Which wasn't, it was very hard to live in that milieu and work at the same time. But then I went up to the mountains, like St. Moritz, and got away. But she did rather rule the situation.
But she gave you a base in Switzerland?
Oh, not that, more than that. She was terrifically kind. I was devoted to her. And she'd never been to Scotland, although Sir John, her father, came from Ayrshire. She hadn't been for something like 50 years, and she managed to come here. When I first settled here in Edinburgh, came to live here, she came to stay, and for the first time in her life, without a maid. She always had a maid who was with her for years. And she came here and stayed here. And she was very amusing when she came here, because she found fault with things and said, well, I think that's very bad, you must move that. And she always used to rather tell me what was what. But we had great fun because we laughed so much.
And this was through the 50s, right up?
I knew her, she died 7 years ago now.
And it's actually through Mary Latter that
yes.
you came to meet a lot of the people in Lausanne.
Well, certainly. She was absolutely amazing. We had the Queen of Spain living next door, and she came all the time to the house, and I saw all the Spanish family, and I saw people I never would have met in the ordinary course of events ever.
Going back to some of the other rather remarkable legendary women that you've
yes.
come across in your
yes.
time, Elsa Schiaparelli, for example.
Yes. I liked her daughter very much. It was a Christian name, suddenly got out of my head.
Okay. Right. So, let's start off Elsa Schiaparelli.
I say that?
Yes.
I say Elsa, to you, I say Elsa Schiaparelli. Elsa Schiaparelli.
Yes. No, it's okay. There are... sorry, I was going to say... obviously, there were a lot of very remarkable, legendary
yes.
women that you met
yes.
at this period.
Yes.
For example, Elsa Schiaparelli.
Yes. She used to be in the south of France a great deal, and she asked me to make a note of all the people who were wearing her dresses. I always remember that, because they were very obvious dresses, Schiaparelli's, because they were unlike any other of the couturier people.
Another great figure of London society was Daisy, Mrs. Reginald.
Well, she was international, you see. She was not only a social person, but very brilliant. She had a wonderful brain. Now, her father was a French duke, and there are not a great many dukes who know in France. He was a French duke, and the mother was a pure American singer from the singer-sewing machine world. So she had great wealth as time went on. And she met me in the south of France, where she had a beautiful villa, and we got to know each other very well, and she is another great helper. She really was wonderful, and she had this lovely villa, and she used to give a lunch for me to meet someone interesting always, without telling me. And I said once when I went to lunch, oh, I love Irish stew. And she never said anything, and the next year I went to lunch, there was Irish stew. But I thought that was pretty good. And then Nabokov, who had just written Lolita, had been there, and she told me, but she said, you're not to tell anyone his address. I'll give it to you, but you are not to say ever that I told you where he was living. Temporarily, he was living in Nice, in a flat with his wife. He just finished Lolita, which I hadn't read, and through her I met Nabokov. And he said to me, now you will tell me who that was. And he never got it out of me, because he didn't want people to know he was living there. But she was wonderful. She really was. I loved Daisy Fellows. she had a beautiful speaking voice, because she was half French, you see, and half American. It was a very curious mixture.
One of your greatest friendships was with Margaret Sweeney, and in fact
Yes.
you knew her right up
Mm-hmm.
to the end, and you were a very close friend of hers when she became Duchess of Argyll, and indeed you were also a great friend of the Duke's.
Well, my family, you see, had been going to Inverara before my time. My grandfather, the Bishop of Argyll, went to Inverara a great deal, and I talk about going to Inverara, but my grandfather went long before me, and even after my grandfather, there was a sort of church connection, rather, with my family. And so Inverara was always very much in my life, with even the bachelor Duke, the 10th Duke, who never married, the bachelor Duke. I used to go to Inverara quite a lot with my mother, and we had tea in those days in the big hall at Inverara, where he had an enormous crucifix, I remember, because he was Anglo-Catholic, you know. And he had a huge crucifix in that hall, and we had tea, and while we were having tea, I heard plop, 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 and this was rain coming through the ceiling from the tower. And my mother made a sign to me not to keep turning around, but I could hear there was plopping going on. The rain was coming through into buckets where we were having tea. I always remember that.
But you first met Margaret Sweeney in Le Touquet.
I met her really first in Le Touquet, because when she married, I went to her wedding to take photographs, got knocked over there because there were such crowds of people. And then after her wedding, I never saw her for ages, until the end of her marriage with Sweeney, Charles Sweeney. Then it was the war begun, and so I used to see a lot of her, because she was living in the Duchess at that moment, I think rather separated. But it wasn't an acrimonious settlement, separation. Charles Sweeney was quite, I think he was quite glad. She didn't want to go on being married to him. She'd had the 2 children. And that is when she met Ian Argyll, you see, after then.
And you photographed there
We
with...
stop there, because I'm just about to run. Making funny noise. Oh, wait a minute, that's a bit of a we don't much this up.
Months well.
Just start that up again with Margaret.
That's better.
One of your greatest friendships, a lifelong friendship, was with Margaret Wigham, who was a Scottish heiress who married Brian Sweeney, the golfer, who... and
Charles Sweeney.
Charles Sweeney?
Yes.
Well, perhaps I should start that again. Well, that doesn't matter. One of your greatest lifelong friends was Margaret Wigham, the Scottish heiress, who Cole Porter wrote a song about.
Indeed, yes.
Tops, and she married Charles Sweeney, the golfer, and then subsequently became the 3rd wife of the 11th Duke of Argyll.
Yes.
This is Margaret, Duchess of Argyll.
Yes.
When did you first meet her?
I met Margaret first in the Touquet days, and then I got to know her just when during the war, because she was living, I think, in the Dorchester. By that time, I think she'd given up living with Charles Sweeney, who is a quite amicable separation. And I met her there, and then the next thing was, I don't know what happened after that, but sometime later, she got a divorce, you see, quite, as I say, amicable separation, and met, because she'd met Ian Argyll, who happened to know her, happened to have known her when she was a girl. Ian can remember her in his early days. And he then was on rather on the verge of separating from his wife and the present Duke's mother, when he met her on the train coming back from Paris. And that's how it all started up. And then I got news that she is going to perhaps to marry Ian, and I was frightfully excited, and I said to my mother, "Is it wonderful? Margaret's going to marry Ian Argyll. She'll put the roof on in Margaret, do it all up on her father's money, and it's going to be wonderful." And I was so excited that I was going to take the first photographs and everything. And we went to the Stirling Castle garden party, my mother and I, and there was, for the first time, Ian with Margaret on the terrace during the garden party. And I said, "You must come and meet Margaret." And my mother said, "I don't think so." And the people there were all rather half looking at Margaret and half pretending they weren't. Because, you see, he was rather bad odor, having just left his wife, as it were, for Margaret. And then my mother said, I said, "I'm going to Inverrada next week to take photographs." And my mother said, "Keep clear, it will end badly." I said, "Couldn't end badly. Margaret had all this money, and her father and everything. I'm sure it couldn't end badly." And my mother lived to see it end badly.
Well, of course, you continued to see a lot of Margaret.
Great deal, yes.
You stayed at Inverrada.
Yes.
Photographed their wedding?
No, I went to the wedding to write it up for the Daily Record, but I didn't know in those days, and I got knocked over in the crowd, as far as I remember. There was such a crowd of mounted police at the oratory that I think I was always trampled on, and I did write a paragraph for 5 shillings on her wedding, and that was the first time.
Was she very beautiful?
It was extraordinary, because people talk about beauty. There's a great difference between beautiful people and extremely pretty people. Margaret was extremely beautiful, and in a kind of a way, she became out of date. Because when I said to my younger friends, "Now look at this beautiful woman," they couldn't see the beauty, because they said she looked so hard, which was quite true. Margaret never changed her style. She didn't change her way of doing her hair for a long time. And she was rather hard-looking. But younger people couldn't see the beauty. But in the early days, when I first saw her as a debutante, all the girls were very beautiful. They were very, very beautiful, very high standard. But she was, for some reason, ahead of them all. I can't tell you what it was. She had the most wonderful eyes, and this, I think, the bone formation. But I can't tell you how. Even long ago, she stood out from the others.
She was dressed immaculately.
Immaculate. And I tell you another thing that people didn't talk about her. She moved with such grace. Whether she was staying here and just going down to have a bath, she still floated down the passage. She had the most beautiful movement. Beautiful. And her way was, she was born with that, you see. And she had tiny feet. I can't think, her mother was quite plain. Her father was very good looking.
Like a lot of women, rich women of that generation,
Yes.
she took a lot of trouble about herself.
Oh, immense trouble. She was a perfectionist, you know. Absolute perfectionist. But I used to have a rather joke about Margaret sometimes, because she used to leave the room suddenly in here and go and look in the glass. I think she was watching in case age had caught up, even in a few hours. You know, she was battling. She was never going to let it get the better of her. I can always remember.
Well, of course, when the marriage broke up,
Yes.
she actually stayed here during the divorce case.
Not with me here.
Oh.
No, I was in London then. She came up to Edinburgh with a man, oddly enough, people don't remember who. I think she thought she was going to marry eventually. And that never happened.
Did she ever talk to you about all that?
Never. And when sometimes I brought up the subject in some way, and I said, but Margaret said, "But why are they making such a fuss about my divorce? It was years ago." But I said, "Margaret, it wasn't the divorce they made the fuss about. There was that letter." And she said, "What letter?"
And the photographs?
But we never got to photographs, but I never knew about that, you know. Not really. But she said, "What letter?" Well, she nearly went to prison, you see, over the letter. Because I was in Switzerland, when she suddenly rang me up at that house in Switzerland and said, could she come out in January to stay? And I said, "In January, coming out to Switzerland, what are you going to come here for?" Because my Mary later had known her parents too very well. And I went to Mary. I said, "What am I to do?" Margaret asked if she'd come out to stay, because Could you have her stay? She said, no, I won't have that silly girl in the house. So I went back and I said to Margaret, I'm afraid I don't think it's very easy for you to come stay just now. Anyhow, the weather's awful, and what are you going to do when you get here? She was trying to leave the country because she was going to prison, literally.
But she managed to get out of that.
And the one who got her out was the woman she was against, the wife of the Duke. She prevented her going in the end.
Yes.
Was it a terrible thing?
But subsequently, in the years that followed, she used to stay here all the time, didn't she?
No, I tell you what she did. She came only when things were bad. I mean, I didn't necessarily know they were bad, but she'd want to come here at Christmas, but I wasn't to tell anybody. And of course, you see, the funny thing was that even then, Margaret's money must have been dwindling, because she always said to me, I can't give any presents. She never gave presents, ever. And so I said, that doesn't matter. But we had lovely Christmases here. We roared of laughter, and it was great fun. But I didn't realize then, even then, her money, which was considerable. I think when her father died, and I can't remember the date, she had 3 million. Then she sold that house she lived in at that time, but she got very little for it. That was her mother's house, because the lease rather come to an end. And unknown to anybody, I think her money, no one knows why, she ended up absolutely no money. And I said to Brown, her son, not very long ago on the telephone, I said, but what could have happened to your mother to have no money? He said, you may well ask. It's an absolute mystery. And the other thing was, he said it's not impossible it was stolen somewhere.
She always kept up a very
Yes.
lavish lifestyle.
I may tell you that, but my maid here, who knew her very well, because she saw her so often, I said how lovely the clothes were. And Margaret, she said, my maid said, those clothes were here 2 years ago. But it was just the way she wore them that I didn't recognize somehow that they were the same clothes. And I think her money was going very much then. And I made her go travel third class in those days, long ago days. I said, Margaret, you'll come up. Why not, still coming on the aeroplane, why not come up third class? It wasn't second class then, I think it was third class, I can't remember. No, second class probably. Anyhow, she came up second class, and I met her at the Waverley, and she said, I don't think I'll do that again. There were children in the carriage. I always remember.
Do you think she really appreciated the fact that her money was running out, or do you think that
I can't make it out, because I'd been worried to death. But the thing was, Charles Forte, who owned the block of flats in Grosvenor House where she moved, she'd never been in a flat in her life till she left that house. She went into this very small flat, well, comparatively small, and Forte, who owned the building, was a great friend, not only of the Rutlands, but of the Sweeney family. I think he'd always been friends of all of them. And I think now, looking back, Margaret thought that she could never be evicted. Well, when she moved in, she had money. She had money at that time. But when things got bad and she was asked to pay her rent overdue 2 years and didn't pay it, then I think Charles Forte went to, I think the Duke of Rutland, Charles Rutland, and said, I don't know what to do, but I can't put your mother-in-law onto the pavement because it'll cause the most terrible scandal if I do. And I rather think that Margaret knew that she perhaps couldn't be evicted.
Well, she was obviously a very bright, sharp person.
Yes, but the thing was, talking of coming to stay here, she'd only come when things were bad, as I said before, I think. She only came when things were difficult. It was quite natural. But when things were going well, she didn't come so often.
You did a lot of photography at Edinburgh at the
Oh, a
time
great deal, yes. Goodness me, yes.
Do you have any memories of that time?
Oh, yes, indeed. We stayed, we had our meals in the hotel, and because it was so uninhabitable. And then later we had meals in the house in the drawing room in funny places, because the workmen were doing things. And I said to Ian Argyll, well, we're eating off silver plate, making do on silver plate. And he said, yes, you see, it doesn't break. I thought that was wonderful reason for using the family silver plate. We were sort of picnicking in the drawing room, having meals, and it was eating off silver plate.
And a lot of the town of Edinburgh was restored at that time.
Yes, she said to me, what do you think I could do for the town? She really was genuinely, she was very interested in Edinburgh. People would tell you, there's nonsense, it's not nonsense. She said, what could I do what could I do? Could I give them, what do you think I could do now? Would they like window boxes? And I said, Margaret, in this climate, window boxes would be blown away, and I don't think that people particularly want window boxes. And that is when she hit on the idea of having a cinema, which was clever, because they had no cinema. So, in due course, she had arranged for a cinema, a mobile cinema, I think it was, to be at Inverara. And we used to go to she chose the films, took great interest, and then she started to interest the French couturier people in tweed, Scottish tweed. And those who say she did nothing are wrong, because she did do a lot for Inverara. She repaired buildings, whether it was her father's money or her money, I don't know, I think her father was dead then. But she took a great interest in Inverara, and she repaired some buildings, and she produced a cinema for them. She really did a great deal, and they have not forgotten, although someone wouldn't be very pleased to hear that, but she's not forgotten.
Yes. Now, moving on
Yes.
to yet another legendary figure in your life, Marlene Dietrich,
Yes.
who you first met at Edinburgh in the 30s, I think. Is that right?
Yes, Marlene in the 30s was perfectly easy to deal with. I remember being surprised. I said, could I photograph you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock? And there she was at 11 o'clock the next day, absolutely on time. After that, I saw her again next following year, and then I didn't see her at all till after the war, when Noel came to live in Switzerland, and she came out to stay there. And Noel had a wonderful way of ringing up my Mary Latta in Lausanne and saying, oh, would you mind if I brought Marlene Dietrich to the party tonight? Well, Mary had a Christmas party of about 60 people every year, among them the Queen of Spain, and all those sorts of royalties. And so Marlene Dietrich was asked to come with Noel, Noel loved going to those parties, because he sat next to the Queen of Spain. He was frightfully pleased. And he brought Marlene, and she didn't want to come. I think the reason was she knew the Queen of Spain was going to be there, and perhaps she thought it wasn't worth it, because she didn't want to be, not eclipsed exactly, but I think she didn't like the idea. Unfortunately, it was a terrible fall of snow, and Noel rang up to say, we're coming, but can we change in your house? And bring our clothes and change in your house, because we have to go through a snowdrift to get to the car. So I think that made Marlene angry, because she had to take...
She used to regularly come to parties held at Mary Latta's house.
Not regularly, no, very irregularly, because she only came with Noel card brought her for Christmas. And then we had, I think it was nearly 60 people for dinner, and Mary Latta said to me, am I going to do, I haven't got a Christmas present to give her. So in the end, Mary said, oh, I've got a lovely hot water bottle cover, all beautifully embroidered, from New York, and I'll give her that. And when we have dinner, you'll take the presents round as you do, because we had sat at separate tables, and I used to take the presents round. So Marlene Julia arrives in the snowstorm, goes up, odd enough, into my bedroom to change, because the Queen of Spain had to leave her coat in my Mary Latta's bedroom. So Marlene changed her clothes in my room, and she put on the simplest dress you could think of, with a simple little string of pearls, I think on purpose, because the Queen was always covered in jewels. And then Julie had dinner, and during dinner, I noticed how interesting it was. Marlene spoke German on one side and French on the other. I noticed it quite, just like that. I wasn't sitting at the table, but afterwards I had to give her a present. So I took up this hot water bottle, wrapped up beautifully, and she said, what's that? I said, it's your present. She never opened it. She left it on the table. We were standing up. So I said, Marlene, should I open it? So I opened it, and there was the hot water bottle cover, and she said, what is that? But I said, it's a hot water bottle cover. She turned away and left it on the table. Well, that's what she was like.
Perhaps she didn't think she needed it.
No, it was rather rude. And the next thing was, her host, Mary's husband, said, would you come, please, and sign our book? Because they always kept in that house. You signed your name once, whether you stayed the night or lunch or it was. You just said, sign your name in the book once. So she wouldn't move. So he got her to go to this room eventually to sign her name. She didn't pick the pen up, so he picked it up for her and he handed it to her. And she didn't do anything. So he said, oh, won't you write this here? She took the pen without looking and did like that. I promise you, she didn't even look. And so Nicky Chevreau, Mary's husband, said, but that's not a signature. She didn't answer.
Probably signed it Marlene.
Didn't sign anything.
No.
And she walked away. And then she began to sulk rather. And I heard Noel say to her, you're a naughty little girl. And she was really asking to go home. And so Noel said, you can't leave till the Queen leaves. She couldn't care less. Well, she had to stay, but she spoilt the whole evening. Now, that's what she was like, you see, at the end of her life.
Again, you know, she made a wonderful comeback in her later years.
Oh, yes, absolutely marvellous.
But was she as sort of extraordinary as she appears to be on screen?
Oh, very. She was like, I always think she and Greta Garbo must have come from some different planet. Whereas Greta Garbo was born like that, but Marlene made herself. That's the difference. Marlene made herself into this glamour. But I think Greta Garbo, who I never met, was born wonderful looking. I mean, but I think Marlene, my goodness, she worked very hard at herself, I think. Oh, but then I was in Harrods, I must tell you. I was in Harrods, and I suddenly saw Marlene by herself, walking about in a lovely fur coat, and she didn't care about clothes, and rather ordinary sort of trouser suit, and nobody noticed her. So I went up to her, and any normal person said, oh, hello. She never even said anything, she just looked at me. And she handed me all her parcels. So I took the parcels willingly, and we went up to the glove counter. And she was wanting to buy some gloves just before Christmas. And the girl didn't recognize her, but was rather clumsy and dropped things. And so Marlene pushed the girl aside and climbed up one of those little ladders you know in shops, and went up and opened the drawers and chose the gloves. And got down again, and then I waited to see how she signed her name on the bill. I thought it was very interesting to see what she did. And duly she signed it Dietrich, nothing else. Plain Dietrich. So anyone forging her signature would never have thought of that, I suppose.
Did the shop girl recognise her then?
I don't remember. But I remember then she just dismissed me. I mean, I don't think she said goodbye. She melted away to a special room downstairs at Harrods where famous people are able to sit without being stared at while their car is gone. And she just dismissed me then.
Also in Lausanne
Yes.
was Charles Chaplin at that stage. He was living there with his family. How did you come to meet him?
Well, I tell you, he was the first to come to the Canton de Vaud, because it was during the 50s that a lot of Americans came, especially from Hollywood, because of the taxation business, I think. Because in the Canton de Vaud, the tax was lower than it was in the Geneva canton. And Chaplin, we heard that he had to leave America. He had to leave America. And he arranged he wanted to live in London, because he's once said to me, after all, I was a Londoner, so he couldn't live in London because of taxation, and he was advised to live in Switzerland, unknown to us. Suddenly one day in Lausanne we heard a rumour that Charlie Chaplin had bought a house we knew very well outside Lausanne, and belonged to some Americans we knew, a very nice but rather English-looking house, curiously, and we were thrilled, and I was particularly thrilled, that Chaplin was going to come and live next to us. And sure enough, he comes to live there, and was delighted to meet us, Mary Latta and her husband and me and everyone, and the Queen of Spain, because he didn't know anybody. So the man who thought was not very approachable turned out to be he was rather over-friendly, Chaplin. He was very over-friendly. Sort of used to hold on your put his hand on your shoulder, rather. He was rather like that. So in the end, we were very excited, and I was particularly, and so we were asked to meals, and it was very exciting. And then the Coward came first. No, Chaplin came first. Then Noel Coward came, just immediately afterwards. So we had both of those for Christmas every year.
Noel Coward lived at Les Avants.
Les Avants, yes.
And How long did he stay? Was that after leaving
Bermuda.
Bermuda?
Yes. He left Bermuda, Card said to me, because it rained so much.
And what happened when you went to photograph him?
Oh, well, he was extremely, I keep on saying people were helpful, but they were helpful. He was terribly kind. And I said to myself, these are the first pictures of you in your new house, and it'd be thrilling for me to get them to the Daily Express or somewhere. And he said, we'll see about that. So it was arranged that I was to go and take the first photographs. And again, it was a question of snowing. I woke up in the morning, it must have been in January, it was absolutely pouring snowstorm. And my Mary latter said, he'll put you off, you couldn't possibly go, because the weather's so bad, and I was simply dying to take these photographs. However, I went, and when I went up in the mountain railway to Les Avants, and when I got out at the station, I couldn't get through the snow. It was a snowdrift. I could hardly move. I don't know how I got to the house. It was quite near the station, luckily. And then I got to the door, and Cole Leslie, who looked after him, answered the door, and he said, I got awfully bad news, Noel's in bed. But, he said, he's going to let you photograph him just the same. So I thought it was wonderful. I shook the snow off myself, and went up to Noel. There he was in bed, and I took, I suppose it was the last photographs I took. No, it couldn't have been the last. Anyhow, so there he was in bed, and I said, now there's just one thing. Could you do think, just for a moment, get out of bed, because he had his dressing gown on, and sit at your typewriter, just so I could get something a little bit different, you see. And he said, well, if I die, you'll know who did it, and I'd be responsible for his death if he fell down off so he had a room with mirrors all along here, and there were cupboards. And one door opened, and it was his workroom. You see, it looked just like a long mirror. And so he got out of bed and went, sat at his desk, and I photographed him during. He went back to bed again, and it was okay. But it was so nice of him.
Was he as charming as...
He was exactly like, you know how people are so utterly different when you meet them. Noel Card was 100% Noel Card, and Charlie Chaplin was more than 100% Charlie Chaplin. You couldn't have expected to be any different. I mean, he acted Noel Card, and Chaplin acted Chaplin.
Was Chaplin very mobile?
He was extraordinary. He was like a boy in a way, because he had this enthusiasm. When you had made all the films he'd made, and the money he'd made, you would have thought he was sort of mellowed. But he used to say to me, I'm going to make the most wonderful film. I think the best I've ever made. It turned out to be a disaster, actually. And he was terribly, if he was telling you a story, he acted it. And of course it bored other people, because no one got a word in.
This was the time of the King in New York, is that right?
Yes, you're quite right, how clever of you. That was the time of the King in New York. It was such a flop. And then we went down, Mary later came over from Switzerland, and we went down to see Chaplin making the film.
You actually went to the set?
Yes.
I didn't realise it was filmed in...
It was filmed in London. But I can't understand it when you're living in the tax country, you can't, tax-free business, you can't stay in Britain more than 70 months or weeks in the year. I don't understand how those film people got away with that. Because that film was quite a business.
You got to know some of the children too, did you?
They were like little gnomes. When he first came to live there, it happened to be near Christmas, you see. So we invited them to come for the Christmas children's party we had, because Mary had grandchildren. So Chaplin arrived delighted to be asked, you see, because no one else was likely to ask him to anything at that date. And the children came with two nurses. One came from Inverness, I always remember. And the children came looking like little gnomes. They all had huge foreheads, very pronounced foreheads, and awfully plain. And he had many more children after that, about 4, I think, after that time. And so they arrived for Christmas, and with great success, and I took, again, lovely photographs, I thought, of the Chaplin's children. Got into every paper in France and everywhere.
Did Una Chaplin keep very much in the background?
Una never spoke. You see, I think she was actually always silent. But she did nothing. He did all the talking, and she didn't make any movement when they were due to leave. He was terribly bad at leaving, because A wife usually gets up and says, "Oh, I think it's time we left." Una went on sitting perfectly silently and let him go on talking, and suddenly he was conscious perhaps he ought to leave. But he was very bad at getting away always. I remember that. But she was so quiet. And you know, it's a terrible thing. She was absolutely devoted to him. I didn't really realize how fond in those days she was. And you know, she practically killed herself after he died. She collapsed. She was no age at all.
It's a real love story.
Yes.
Let's go back to Barbara Hutton.
Well, there wasn't very much about Barbara Hutton. She was a...
All right. Yes.
What?
Yes, sorry.
I think we need to cut.
Yes, we need to touch up Coward. Can we go back to Noel Coward for a moment?
Yes?
What were your feelings, what were your impressions of him?
Well, he was... Of course, I'm so interested in people, and I perhaps invent things sometimes, but I don't think I invented this. He was extraordinary... he hadn't a great deal of self-assurance in a way, because when you're with him, I used to say to him, "Oh, what a lovely box this is." And he said, "Oh, the Duchess of Kent gave it to me." And then you said, "What a nice something else," and it was the Duke of Kent or something. He always dropped names. And I thought it was so odd when he was so, well, you know, top of the waves every way, on the stage and socially, but he had to really sort of make out that he was quite grand. I always thought that's odd.
Did he ever perform at the parties that you had?
No, but he was awfully keen to know who he was sitting next to. He always used to say, "Who am I sitting next to?" And but I thought it was so odd about him. He never seemed to have great self-assurance in a way, as though he had to keep on explaining himself.
Did he dominate the conversation?
He didn't dominate because he rattled away, and it was interesting. But I noticed when he didn't like some theatrical actor, some theatrical person, you could tell he didn't like them, because I said about some actress, and he said, "Oh, always a little bit flat on the top note. She was always a bit flat." He used to say that. That meant he didn't like her, I suppose, you see.
Did you ever meet Gertrude Lawrence?
Yes, but you know, very early on, so early, that I never photographed her, I don't think. And she was very ugly, I thought. She had an ugly nose. And yet she had such terrific success. When I met her once or twice, she was practically living with Douglas Fairbanks Jr. And then she went bankrupt at the height of her career, at the height of her success. She went bankrupt. I didn't find her interesting. And I don't think our paths crossed very often, because I never had any photographs of her.
Of course, she went to America when she left, after she went bankrupt. Did she not go to America?
I've forgotten what she did, but...
She married Robert Aldridge.
You're quite right, yes. But for some reason our paths didn't cross, you see. I don't know, I didn't meet her at parties or anything. I somehow... But I remember I thought her awfully plain.
She was one of these people that you imagine is like the Duchess of Windsor, very animated.
Yes, I suppose she was animated in her way.
You had a lot of contact with show business people, obviously from your filming before the war, but after the war there was an incident when you found yourself at Glenfinnan.
Oh, that was very curious. That was in 1945, when I really had started up again after the war. And they had the anniversary of the 45 Rising. It was the 1945, 1745 to 1945, and so, it was marvellous. It was lovely weather too, beautiful weather, and all these families to do with the 45, Jacobite families, all there. And it was a tremendous gathering. It was a really beautiful day. And that's when I really had one of my first big jobs, as it were, after the war, because it was such a success for so many well-known people. And when I was taking, I think it was the late Duke of Montrose I was photographing, who was then Lord Graham, and a man kept getting in the way, and he had a lounge suit on. Well, I didn't particularly think that was a very good idea at the Jacobite Rising, a man in a lounge suit mixed up with the kilts. So I really almost tried to get rid of him. But after a bit I did take his photograph, and then I said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I don't know your name." And he said, "I'm Michael Powell." Well, it didn't ring many bells to me then, but he had come prospecting to do a film on Bonnie Prince Charlie. In the end, Corder did it. And so he came up. I think he used to come up to Scotland quite a lot, Michael Powell. And he then said, oh, I'm making some films too, down in London, and would you like to come in the autumn, it was, to photograph me making these two, Black Narcissus and A Matter of Life and Death. And I was thrilled. And to think it should be in Glenfinnan that I had met him. Wasn't it curious? And after that, he gave me 2 years' work.
Let's go on then. Right.
Right, okay, well.
Right. This is when, of course, you found yourself meeting people like David Niven and Raymond Massey.
Yes.
Arm back up, sorry.
I went to do these films. It took, during a whole year it took, I think, doing these films with Michael Powell. And I met David Niven. I had not met him, I don't think, before. But I had met his wife, his first wife. And he was making A Matter of Life and Death then, that was the film. And I got to know him very well. And then he had a wonderful party given by Michael Powell after the film was finished, with Raymond Massey in it. He had a wonderful party at Claridge's. And I went to photograph the party at Claridge's. And in that time, flash bulbs were difficult to get or something, just after the war. And I had to take the photographs without flashes, very difficult. And I had to stand on a chair. I found it was easier taking them downwards. And there were a great many interesting people at that party. And that nice wife of David Niven's, charming, went back to America and fell down a lift shaft in the first week they were there, or month, and by accident killed herself. So that charming wife was killed just shortly after I photographed them. When he married again.
And also Deborah Carr.
Ah, Deborah Carr, I thought she was marvelous. She was in Black Narcissus, it must have been. And then I didn't see her for a long time. And I went to Cloisters in Switzerland to photograph, and I knew she was living there. She had had a previous husband who I hadn't met, and two rather plain daughters. And then I went to Cloisters, and she was living with a man whose name I can't remember, who's still alive, they're still married, who wrote books, but he was a foreigner. And she was awfully helpful because she said, come, not to lunch, hopeless to be asked to lunch, we never got any work done. She said, come and do some photographs. So I went, and I had I think the prettiest photographs I took of anyone, because I didn't care about my photographs much, I always disappointed one. But she was so lovely in these photographs. Then I never saw her again, and I opened her Hello magazine the other day, and I had such a shock, because I suppose it's long ago, you see, since I saw her.
Was Raymond Massey also?
Raymond Massey was rather frightening, in a sense. He was Canadian, he wasn't American, you know. He was married also to an actress, I've forgotten who, and they got divorced. Raymond Massey was rather alarming, and he was not very friendly, really. But that was where he was working at the time. But I didn't see so much of him. But he was rather rich, you know, in his own right, because Massey Harris, his money came from engineering or something, agricultural implements.
When you first started, you were obviously pretty inexperienced.
Horribly inexperienced, totally inexperienced.
When you were suddenly launched into this social whirl of, how did you actually, given the reaction that a lot of people had towards being photographed, how did you actually set about doing it?
How did I set about?
Just what you were talking about earlier, did you just walk up to people?
Well, there were certain things, people who had to photograph, whether they liked it or not. And therefore, I didn't ask them, I just went at them. And if they caught me, well, it was too bad, I'd take it. But it was very difficult sometimes because there were certain people I simply had to take. And I did once say to that horrible little Aga Khan, present one, it's your fault for being the Aga Khan. I wouldn't go near you if it wasn't for the fact you're the Aga Khan.
But the Aga Khan's father was quite cooperative.
Absolutely wonderful. He always used to say, where would you like me to stand, and all that sort of thing. It was wonderful.
Do you generally find this with famous, successful people, that they are cooperative?
No, it is. It's difficult because I can't really remember for the moment. I think some people have been very difficult.
Have there been situations where people have just turned their backs?
Oh, yes, several situations. great many like that.
And you didn't let that bother you?
I know, I'm terribly sensitive, of course, but I didn't allow myself, I suppose.
It must have been very difficult for you as a young man in London doing this till then rather unknown profession, this rather unsuitable profession in the eyes of your family and your background, to actually be brass-necked enough to go and do this.
I wasn't too brass-necked, not today, actually, it's still the same. I get very nervous with people. It was a necessity, is the answer, you see. I had to get the page filled, and I had to do, like you doing your work, you have to get the thing done, and you can't, no other way, you've got to do it. But it was very tricky sometimes.
And these parties and things that you went
Yes.
to, were you actually invited, or did you just turn up?
No, generally in those early days, one knew all the people, you see, and I was asked by them to go. But what was very bad in London, apart from the country, point-to-points and things, the photographers in London were pretty awful, because I got into Burlington House once for something rather special. I was allowed to go, where the other photographers weren't allowed in. And you know, when I came out, they howled and made terrible rude noises. And someone said to me, "What are those men making that noise for?" I said, "I can't think, it was me, you see, because I'd been in and they hadn't."
And how were you treated when you went to places like Londonderry House?
Well, I was ignored by, especially the snobby people were the servants.
Yes,
In all houses, the servants were snobbier than the proprietors.
and so when you...
So they wouldn't let me, they used to take me up the back stairs at once.
They thought you were the band?
Yes, that was a Londonderry House.
Yes. And when you went on a shoot once?
Oh, that was famous, because I'd been to a big shoot in my life. And that's when Avril, Mrs. Simpson's wife, was staying in this house unknown to me in Yorkshire, and I arrived, and the butler let me into the front door, and when I was walking through the hall, I saw Avril, and I waved. I said, "Hello, hello." And the butler said, "Come this way, please." And so I was being impertinent to the visitors. And I was led down the passage at once, got rid of, because he thought I was overstepping the mark.
You were kept well away from them.
I was given lunch on a tray. I can remember.
And...
Is it on now?
yes, yes.
Oh, how terrible. Oh, how awful. Was it all right?
That's all right, yes,
No,
absolutely
go
fine.
back over the...
Oh, how awful. I didn't know it was on.
You just go up to people and...
Yes, I mean...
How dreadful.
When you do your photography, is it just really a question of walking up to someone and saying, "Can I take the photograph?" Or
It depends on the person and how important it is. I mean, if it's someone you're not going to see again, you're pretty certain not to see again, then you have to get it done.
and so do you just take the photograph?
Yes, I did. It was the king of Denmark, a real king sitting on a throne in those days, who was in the south of France, and he didn't want to be photographed. And it was Princess Marina's mother who was at this party, and she was very kind to me, and she said, "Do you want Denmark?" And I said, "Oh yes," I said, "I love Denmark." And she told me to take the photograph of Denmark, but Denmark didn't want to be photographed. And he kept waving me away like this. He was sitting down at the table, and I paid utterly no attention. I went straight up and took him.
Nowadays, if you did that, the British royal family, you'd be, well, I don't know what to
But I love when she said, "Would you like Denmark?" And there was Sweden too. And those days were real kings. They were sitting. They weren't dethroned in those days. He really was King of Denmark and King of Sweden. King of Sweden was a great tennis player in the south of France, you see. And I used to photograph him every year. He sat on the bumper bar of his car to be photographed, I remember.
Going back to the Simpsons when you
No.
met them,
Yes.
you met them first when they were at Eden Rock. I mean, what were your impressions of their relationship?
But it was so brief, you see. It was such a brief encounter that I don't remember just a great anxiety to get their photographs, although, as I say, she did know me. But well, my impression was that he wasn't quite right in the head in a funny way, because he never spoke at that time. He was dead silent.
Was he a very elegant man?
Oh, very elegant, but he was so... I can remember him, in the early days, his hair was gold. He had gold hair. He was wonderful looking. I remember seeing him when I was a boy. He really had gold hair. It was quite lovely.
Very well dressed.
Oh, yes. He was a bit small, but he was very good looking. I can't think where the good looks came from.
Was he very fidgety and nervous?
Well, I think he was, yes. He's never stopped smoking. I can always remember that. In the days that I met him later, he wasn't smoking so much, but he always had a cigarette. If you look at the photographs of him as a boy on these tours abroad, he's always had a cigarette, always.
None of the photographs you ever see of them, they look particularly happy. If you look at him, he never looks happy.
Let me think a moment. That time, Eden Rock, he didn't look particularly happy then, no. But I don't think I ever saw him looking particularly jolly. That night in Monte Carlo, when the films didn't come out, materialize, he was very nice, but he wasn't, he wasn't amusing or anything like that, because she did all the talking, you've got to remember.
Was he very much a typical royal?
No, I don't think so. No, he didn't make you feel he was like that. But the curious thing was, you see, at the time I'm speaking of the time the photographs didn't materialize that night, they were a curiously lonely couple, because they looked as though no one bothered with them much. And I suppose they looked lonely in a funny way. Because that's why they talked to me, I think.
Do you think that's why people avoided them?
I think a lot of people avoided them because he never paid for anything. He was well known for that. Never did he ever pay for anything. And there were shops too, where he just didn't pay the bill.
I see.
He was always notorious for that. But the story was that when they were in Paris, he had this valet who had been with him for years and years. And the valet really had to stop working because he'd been so long at it. The Duke wouldn't let him go. And he said this, I repeat what I was told. The Duchess and I, Her Royal Highness, he said, are unable to give you a present because we haven't enough money just now to spend a great deal of money on giving people presents. He said that man who'd been with him for 40 years or something.
I suppose he had to live within the...
He was terribly stingy, and she was terrifically extravagant. She was so extravagant, I didn't know at the time she was, but I mean, she spent immense sums on clothes, immense.
What about her jewellery?
Well, that was, I didn't know about. That was given by degrees to her, by him. But look what he spent on that, for instance. But the thing was that I always noticed that she was the one, well, only saw them very seldom, but she did all the, she was the leader. She was the one who did the talking and the arranging, and her friends, her friends, not his friends so much, always in the house.
He probably lost most of his friends.
Well, yes, at Fruity Metcalf, for instance, and those people were real friends, but I think someone did tell me he abandoned his friends very much after their abdication.
Not as a result of her making him do so.
We don't know, but apparently he did have a way of dropping people. And when he was very young, I was also told that he went to some dance, and some girl was very excited because he asked her to dance with him, and he was very nice to her all the evening, and the next day they met and he never even recognized her. That's why he was like that. He didn't even acknowledge her. And she thought she'd made rather a sort of...
Did you think he was an attractive man?
Didn't see enough of him to give opinions. Oh, yes, certainly he was, I think. But I didn't see much of him, only those occasions, brief occasions. But I had a feeling that he could do nothing without her.
That seems to be the picture, because, of course, having made this step,
yes,
of course, it was fairly irrevocable. You couldn't go back.
No.
And really, I don't think things probably turned out for either of them where they expected.
But I think it's a dreadful thing to think the endings are so terrible. I mean, her end was pretty awful. When she became, memory had gone, they fed her through tubes. I think it was a terrible end.
Yes, and Margaret too. childhood?
Oh, Margaret's a terrible end. Except poor Margaret's end was brief, you see, the end when she broke her neck, and dreadful. But I think the Duchess of Windsor's end was almost like a punishment, you know. It's a very funny thing. What is it about? What you sow, you reap with mathematical precision. And it is true. People who lead bad lives, or how would I call it, do have pretty awful ends.
But in a way, they weren't bad lives. They were very rich and privileged lives. Which
yes, but some people did behave pretty bad as their children, for instance, I think.
Yes, the children suffered.
I think a lot of long ago families, the children had an awfully bad time. I used to stay at Drummond Castle, which is near my home at Gleneagles, and when I was very young, because I was at school with the Ancaster boy, the youngest Ancaster boy, and we were given meals. He was, I suppose I was about 17, and he would be about 14. And we were kept up in this nursery. We weren't allowed down to meals. And his mother paid no attention to him at all. We got notes sent by the footman. And when the boy, his brother, came of age at Drummond Castle, a note came by the footman to say, Mr. Haldane and Master John are to spend today at the Gleneagles Hotel. We went. He wasn't allowed to go to his own brother's coming of age. But I thought that was pretty awful.
So that was very tragic, because of course
I know.
nephew, was his nephew?
Yes. But it was very funny. That's why I think families are very unkind, some of these people to their children.
Was it not that generation of enormous wealth and privilege, and they didn't really know about family life?
I think it was a lot of selfishness half the time. I think that they did, not with Lord Ancaster, he was a charming man, but Lady Ancaster, I don't think she considered her children much. The poor girls didn't have a look in, I don't think, really, because she was very, very striking and everything, but I don't think they ever had comfortable relationships. I don't know, I don't think so. Because the upstairs and downstairs, even in my day, I didn't go downstairs for meals, I don't know what age, but you were kept very much back, which made you shy, of course.
This is, of course, a tremendous contrast when you became a photographer, and
yes,
in many people's eyes,
yes,
someone from downstairs.
I quite see, yes, true, yes. It wasn't until Tony Armstrong-Jones came, really, that I think things were more accepted. But in Rome, for instance, when I went there to do photographs, I had very, very wonderful introductions, you see. As I had all my life, I've been lucky with introductions. When I was in Rome, you would go to a party, and some of us, I say, oh, Brodrick would very much like to photograph the palace, your palace. Oh, of course, by all means, it's awfully nice, a great idea. Well, I'd like to do it, and it was all arranged. I had to go tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And when I went at 11 o'clock, or where it was, there were 4 footmen would open the door, and that was all, and never saw anybody. And I went in, and one tried to hold my camera, the other one tried to hold my camera bag. I was driven mad. I wasn't accepted by the family at all, you see. I went to photograph the palace, but they made themselves scarce. And I was put in the hands of the servants. And I looked at the window, and they looked at the window. They thought I wanted the blind pulled down. It was hell. I couldn't take my photographs because they kept following me about. And that was awful. But you see, so then when I was at dinner, they all talked to me at this party. But the moment I went work-wise, I wasn't acceptable in the house as well. They didn't bother about me.
It's double life.
Yes, it was strange, really. It happened in Venice, too. I went to a wonderful palace in Venice, and the man said, oh, do come tomorrow. And he never appeared at all. I just went there. The servants again got in the way.
But did you, when you wanted to, obviously it was different with the sort of royalty and aristocracy, but with children, of course, it didn't matter. Presumably, if you did arrange to go and see Douglas Fairbanks Jr., for example, presumably he'd be there, all set up and waiting for you.
Oh, yes, certainly, yes. Yes, but some, I'm trying to think who, except for Marnie and Dietrich, there were people who were rather difficult. Well, Gracie Fields, I said before, Gracie Fields is very difficult.
In what way was she difficult?
I think she was tired, probably, you see. Snappy, very snappy. It won't take long, will you? And that sort of thing. It made you awfully sort of nervous. George Roby, you won't remember him. But George Roby, who was so amusing, people screamed of laughter. It was horrible to me. He said, hurry up, and I can't wait long. And I said, oh, very dreadful. Brisk is the word.
You were doing them a favour, really.
But, yes, but they were very nasty sometimes. And the people who you thought were going to be easy were difficult, and the other way around. I promise you, that's true.
Going back to...
I'm trying to think of an example quickly, but I can't at the moment, but because there were people who you felt they were going to be great help, and in the end it fell flat. I think a lot of these people were not shy of me, but were awkward about being photographed. You see, and their way was to be rather unpleasant in a way.
Madonna's thing about 80% of the job being the photographs.
Mm.
Was that an attitude, I suppose? Can we go back to Duchess again?
Yes,
you
yes.
Talked about her being particularly difficult.
It's impossible, really. What?
You're hitting the microphone.
She was impossible the last years that I met her. Impossible.
She wasn't when you first met her, though?
Never, no. I met her 2 years running before the war, and she was very amenable, is the word, you see. And when I said 11 o'clock, she was there at 11 o'clock, sort of thing. But after the war, like when I met her in Harris and those things, and in Lausanne, she found me useful at that party in Lausanne because she could sit with me without having to make any effort, I suppose. But somehow she became quite impossible. She had this awful way of not speaking, you see, which is so, nothing is more disconcerting than to sit with someone who doesn't speak.
What had her agent said something to you? Her agent said something to you about her? Yeah.
Oh yes, I met up here not many years ago a man, and he said he'd been Marlene Dietrich's agent for 20 years, I think. And he said to me, I was thrilled to hear this, and he said to me, you see my grey hairs? And I said, yes. He said, well, each one is Marlene Dietrich. And I didn't like to say, then why did you work for her if you find it so awful? And he said she was quite ruthless, that when they arrived at an airport, and she always travelled with the same number of luggage, same number of cases, always. She was very, very meticulous. And suddenly they found instead of 17 cases, they had 18. She just took it.
Someone else's bag?
Yes.
Yes.
But that's what she was like, impossible woman. And her daughter, Maria, who I met the first time I ever saw Marlene, she said, I'm my mother's dresser. I can remember because poor Marlene had no maid with her, and Maria had to look after her. So when I read bits of her book, Maria's book on her mother the other day in the bookshop, funny enough, the Eden Rock comes in exactly as I remember it.
But she was quite... How did she react to being photographed?
Who?
Marlene.
She didn't react well in the early days. She just was very helpful, as I say. She even posed rather for me. I remember Marlene coming out of the water at Eden Rock. No bathing cap, nothing. Hair all streaming down. And she had extremely broad shoulders. I can always remember that. I was very struck how wide she was here. In those days, she, imagine, just covered in water. She came out quite naturally. And then after that, you see, she became quite impossible, I mean, in the later years.
That's the story of Geneva Airport, for example.
Geneva Airport, but she threw the... No, what was happening? Oh, she threw it. Oh, yes. Someone, a photographer took a photograph of her, and she threw her handbag at the man's face, hit him. And she went on, walked on.
Leaving her handbag behind?
Yes, because she knew, obviously, that someone's going to pick it up. What I call awful conceit, don't you?
She was a megastar as
well. What?
Did you have any contact with her latterly?
I didn't see her for a long time, I think. Not since the time she was so rude at Christmas, I don't think, in Lausanne. I don't think... Oh, yes, I didn't see her again, no. Twice I've seen her in London before that. No, I never saw her. It's a long pause. I'm afraid I didn't see her at all. But I was very intrigued by her because I couldn't think what it was about her, because she had this wonderful shape. The face was so interesting. And I couldn't make out whether that hair was the real hair. I couldn't make it out. It was so beautifully done. I wondered very much whether it was a wig.
She also had this wonderful figure.
Yes, but then she wore this awful garment, which somehow I heard about long ago, that it was rubber. It must be terribly hot. I tell you what she had, Marty. No breasts. Isn't it funny? When she came out of the water that long ago days, she was very flat here. I can always remember that. She was very funny shape. And then she wore this garment, which latterly, I think it got tighter and tighter, because she fell down on the stage. She took to falling, and it was awfully sad at the end. She was in Australia, and she fell on the stage. And she was rigid. When she fell, they couldn't think what was the matter. She was rigid. And when they picked her up, she was all in one piece. Because this wretched garment, you see, she couldn't bend. But I'll tell you a very nice story about her. At some function or other, a young man had to present her with a bouquet. And the young man fell over and slipped, and something went wrong. And he disgraced himself because he'd upset the whole thing by falling over. And she appeared not to notice anything. And 2 days later, the boy died suddenly. And a friend of Martin said, you know, that boy who gave you the bouquet and that awful evening when he fell, and you were rather cross, that boy's died, dead. She got into an aeroplane and went to the funeral. That's absolutely true. And this left after the funeral, went home again. I don't know how far she went. She went to his funeral. Well, that's this other side, you see. There wasn't always with everyone, there's another side, isn't there?
Now, when you did your photography, you sometimes got a rather strange response. I mean, did you know who everybody was?
Sometimes I used to ask the waiters, and I used to ask all sorts of people rather than ask them themselves. That was very tricky in the early days, for instance, when I had to find out who people were. And so I generally did in a very roundabout way. I was careful.
You never walked up and asked them?
Whereas the time that the man said, I said to him, I'm so sorry, I don't know your name. And he said, what's more, I don't know yours either. But that taught me a lesson. That was Gladys Cooper's first husband, Buckmaster, who founded the Buck Fizz drink and also ran the Bucks Club, which still exists today, I think, under the Bucks Club. And he thought I ought to know him, you see. People are very sensitive, you know. Famous people are rather sensitive, well-known people about not being known. I was. Yeah. Because it depended entirely, because very often people who, like in the Monte Carlo, the same people stayed every year in the hotel, and I was very in with all the waiters, because they used to be the same waiters usually, and the head waiters would help me. And so I got the names sometimes in roundabout ways like that. But there were some people one just couldn't ask their names because you felt you know it was going to be a rather disaster. But I don't know how there were times it was very difficult, and sometimes if you didn't ask at once, you never got it, because sometimes people went away and you couldn't trace them, and therefore the photograph had to be torn up or something. But I was working for the Daily Sketch many years ago, and it was Lord Camrose, I think, who owned it at that time. And I was at Monte Carlo, and it was outdoors in the summer, a gala night, and I was photographing, and suddenly I saw this huge table with a great many people sitting around it, and an elderly man at one end and a woman at the other end, and I didn't know who it was at all, but I knew some of the guests. So I began carefully taking the visitors and the friends, and then what happened was, I thought I'd better take the old man to the end of the table, and I said to, it was his daughter actually, I said she was married, and I said, oh, do tell me, who is that man at the end of the table? She said, that's my father, Lord Camrose, and I was working for him. It was awful. That was a dreadful thing.
And what about sort of another occasion when you went up and asked somebody who they were?
And they said they didn't know my name either. But that wasn't very helpful. But that was the Buckmaster.
Who was?
Gladys Cooper's first husband, and had the club in London called, I think it's still running today, called Buck's Club.
And he was the man who originated Buck's Fizz?
Yes,
is that right?
Yes.
I mean, was that just a drink he invented?
Must have been for his club. I wonder if that club still works today. I don't think...
At that time?
I know, I had a passion for Gladys Cooper. I think she was wonderful. I only met in recent years Sheridan Morley and his mother, Gladys Cooper's daughter. I met them not recently. But Gladys Cooper was wonderful. I used to go to every play she was in. Beautifully dressed and beautiful, everything was wonderful. I don't think she was a great actress, you know.
You knew Robert Morley?
I only knew him very briefly recently, because one of my nephews got married. A friend of the family was a friend of Robert Morley's. And so at this luncheon after the wedding, I found I was put next to a woman didn't turn up. There were small tables. And Robert Morley was there, and there was someone meant to be here. And in the end, I sat next to Robert Morley, and I had a wonderful time, because I had never met him. You see, I admired him terrifically as an actor. And so I had a wonderful time, and I started this idea that we used to do here with Councillor Mackenzie. I used to say, "Oh, what has happened to so-and-so? And do you remember so-and-so?" And he came out with those wonderful stories. I can't tell you how wonderful he was. And then a man came along to talk to him, and he said, "I can't speak to you, I'm going down memory lane." He was going down memory lane with me, because I was saying, "Do you remember so-and-so?" And rather like Noel Coward, who, when I mentioned people, he dismissed them, and then you knew he didn't like them. Like he'd say, well, she was always a little flat on the top note or something, and then you knew he didn't like them. And Robert Morley was the same. He dismissed certain people.
Do you think Noel Coward was, this is rather going back on.
Yes, okay.
Do you think Noel Coward was a lonely man?
No, he never stopped moving. You see, if you read those tedious diaries he wrote, honestly, it's so boring. Never stayed anywhere half an hour, except in Jamaica, where they did spend them 3 weeks or a month. But they were always moving. And I think that's why he died, you know. He died of, I don't know, he was quite young. At 70, he was a wreck, you know. I used to go to see him. He was quite a wreck at 70, because he was always opening in a play somewhere, he was making a film somewhere, and he never stayed anywhere long. And I'm sure that's why he killed him.
He was always running away.
Running away from not for himself, he was too busy in his mind, I think. Some people are running away from themselves, but he wasn't. But the thing was, he never, again, stopped smoking like several people I knew. Peter Sackville West never stopped smoking, and Noel Coward didn't have a cigarette.
Very much that generation, though.
No, it was terrible, because I thought how awfully bad it was. Because I'm sure perhaps he died of lung cancer in the end, I don't know.
Probably didn't know so much.
But you've no idea how he smoked. Noel never had a time that he didn't have a cigarette. And when he was with us in Lausanne, and the Queen of Spain was there, of course we weren't meant to smoke until we were asked the Queen, her message to the Queen, could you smoke? She did smoke, the Queen of Spain. And you had to ask her permission. But with Noel, I don't think he'd ever asked. He lit up, I think. But with the Queen, I was told to ask. And then sometimes she said things like, she didn't say yes and she didn't say no. So you didn't know whether to smoke or not to smoke. But I said to her once, ma'am, when did you first smoke your first cigarette, you see? When did you first smoke? And she said, oh, I think I was about 15. Wasn't it wonderful? So I said, but with Queen, as you had to live with Queen Victoria at Balmoral most of the time, how could you have smoked cigarettes? Because she'd smell it. Well, she said, you know, there were some very convenient bushes in the garden, and my brothers and I used to go and smoke in the bushes. Don't you think that's lovely?
Tell me about the Queen of Spain, then, because you met her in Lausanne first.
Well, she was very alarming, like the old-fashioned royalties were, like Queen Mary would be, terrifying. But the great thing about royalties is, the few I've met, you mustn't be frightened. The moment you're slightly frightened, they become really rather nasty. I mean, I don't know what it is. They become, if you get a little friendly with them, a little forward, it's all right. But if you get shy, they walk over you, I think. I mean, the Queen would turn her head away. If she was, I don't know. Well, she was very frightening sometimes.
Queen Victoria's
granddaughter, and she didn't let you forget that, because she said, I was here at the time, I went to her 80th birthday and in Lausanne. And I said to her, oh, ma'am, you know, I'm the only person here for your birthday from Scotland. And she said, yes, but I am the only member of the British royal family to have been born in Scotland, to Balmoral, born in Balmoral. And she was quite true. She was, and is still today, the only member of the British royal family who was born at Balmoral.
And she is the present King of Spain.
And she's dead, Queen Ina now. Present King's grandmother.
And did you see a lot of the family when she was there?
Continually, they came continually.
And where was her husband?
They separated when they left Spain. When the revolution came in Spain, Queen Ina, the king, left on a battleship for Gibraltar. There was no revolution when he left. The moment he left, there was a revolution, and the queen was in the palace with all the children, quite a few children she had, stranded. And they only got away with the skin of their teeth, because the poor queen was left alone, and this huge palace, and they had spent the whole night there with a mob howling. And I believe they didn't even take their clothes off, they were so scared. And they were led out by the back region somewhere the next day. They were smuggled out to the Argyll railway station. And when they got to the railway station, a Spanish woman told me the noise of the stones being thrown at the station roof and was like hail. They were terrifying. They nearly got murdered. But they got into the train, and a Spanish duke drove the engine, who was keen on railways. They arranged that, and the train was there for them to get into, to get to the frontier. And the train wouldn't start because they sabotaged some awful thing to do with the wheels or something. And they could have been killed. So she went to agonies where the king got away quite easily. But then
did she get away?
they got away to the frontier quite safely. And then she arrived in Paris, and they didn't know where they were going in that time. She went out to Fontainebleau, and the king went on the battleship to Gibraltar, and from Gibraltar he went to the south of France, and then the king and the queen had a meeting. It's when they separated forever. They had a meeting in Versailles, and they had a row. He accused her, and she accused him of this, that, and the other, because he had always many, many mistresses. But she didn't think she was upset by that, but he was sick of her, I suppose. And they partied, you know, and that's when she went to live briefly in London. And then she went to Lausanne and lived in a hotel for quite a time, and then bought the house next to where I lived with Mary Chevreul, Mary Latter.
She was the queen next door?
She was the queen next door in the garden. The queen was the queen in the garden. She had a smaller house than we had. And she had a rather nasty side to her, the queen. Perhaps it was a German side, I don't know what. It was full of jealousy, I think, because she'd had all those palaces and everything. And this lovely house that we were in, she used to come, and when she was in a bad frame of mind, we had a lovely dinner, a roaring fire. And suddenly the queen was dead silence, and the queen would suddenly say, "You know, my dear," she said to Mary Latter, "I always found your house a little chilly." And there was a roaring log fire, a lovely dinner, and that's what she said. And to finish off, the Queen of Spain, they were playing bridge, and I didn't play bridge, so I was in attendance. I had to light cigarettes and do things. And suddenly a man had a bad hand of bridge at the next table to the Queen. And I heard him say, "I got another bloody queen in my hand." There was almost appalling silence in the room, and the lady in waiting said, "Oh, look at the moon. Do you see the moon in the trees?" And I always remember that. It was lovely.
You had some quite interesting experiences photographing it too, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Well, you see, with royalties, if they want their cigarette lit, as she did, she had a holder, they didn't see who was lighting it, didn't look. And so I got awfully sick of never being acknowledged, because I really was fed up. She never sort of said, "Oh, thank you." So one day, I lit her cigarette, and she was fixing it into her holder. They were just going to play bridge. And she had a very ample bosom, so it's rather large here, and a cavity. So, to my horror, the cigarette lit fell into her bosom. It's true.
And what happened?
I was sent out of the room to get the maid, the lady's maid. Everyone screamed and yelled, and a silly woman said, "I hope Your Majesty's not wearing anything nylon." But the Queen didn't know what nylon was. But I mean to say, she'd gone up in smoke or flames. But you know, I don't know to this day how they got it out. I was sent out of the room. I think they shook her. I don't know what happened. It's absolutely true. It fell right into her bosom. But at the same time, I got very fed up with her because I saw her so often, you see, and she smoked these cigarettes. We kept a special box for her when she came. And I got so fed up She never acknowledged me when I gave her the box of cigarettes. She never said anything. And I did a very childish thing. I pricked holes in all the top layer of the cigarette box, because they wouldn't draw then, you see. And then she took the cigarette and began puffing. And Mary, Leatta's husband,
There was another occasion with the Queen of Spain when you were taking a photograph and you had to reorganize her a bit, I think.
oh yes, that was when I was sent for to photograph her because her first great-grandchild, great excitement.
Can we just go back and start? I was sent to photograph the Queen of Spain's first grandchild.
Yes, I repeat.
Yeah, please.
You say it to me, start.
On another occasion, you photographed the Queen of Spain.
Oh yes, I photographed the Queen of Spain because she had her first great-grandchild, had been brought up to Lausanne from Rome. That was her eldest daughter. I'm sorry to start again. I have to start again because I'm getting muddled right in a moment. Yes, I'd have to leave that out, but now start again, please.
There was another occasion when you went to photograph the Queen of Spain and you had to reorganize her a bit, I think.
Well, I was sent for because her first great-grandchild was in the house with his mother, a baby girl, and I was sent for to take the first photographs, really. And I didn't bargain for that. I thought I was only going to have the Queen's eldest daughter, the grandmother, and her daughter, and the grandchild. But to my horror, the Queen decided to be there too, and the sofa they were sitting on to be photographed was very short. So the Queen was very much in the centre, and there was hardly room to move on either side. And when I looked at the setup of the Queen, I suddenly saw her skirt had gathered up rather above her knees. And I thought, my goodness me, I know if I take this photograph, it'll only have to be torn up. So I just have to do something about it, because Mary Leatta was a great critic, and she would have said, look here, how silly of you, why didn't you tell the Queen about her skirt? So it was a dead silence, except the child was beginning to cry a bit, and I had my tripod, and I thought, well, now, to fix the tripod, I'll go on my hands and knees to fix the tripod. At the same time, I'll move it gradually towards the Queen. And she didn't notice, but I got closer and closer. And when I got really up to the Queen, I said to myself, now or never, and I put out my right hand and gave her skirt a terrific tug. And you know, she never flinched. It didn't even look down. And I always remember, well, I said to myself, what's the good? I have to let her get this photograph be torn up.
She's wearing rather splendid pearls in those photographs.
Oh yes, she was like a child over jewellery. She had this wonderful, the Spanish royal family had this wonderful jewels, which she's, nevertheless, if anyone came to dinner and she suddenly saw someone wearing lovely jewellery, she always looked as though she'd never seen jewellery before. She was so greedy about jewellery. And one woman was trying to make up to the Queen. She said, oh, Your Majesty, I must say, your pearls are so beautiful. And the Queen had a funny way of laughing. And she suddenly said, well, as a matter of fact, my dear, those are my travelling pearls. What she wore sort of knocking about. My travelling pearls.
And wasn't there an occasion when Mary Leatta telephoned her to say that Princess Margaret had become engaged to
Yes,
Jones.
yes, because Mary later kept very much in touch with all the English newspapers, and she thought she must ring the Queen up, because the Queen always talked about, well, dear, she used to say to Mary, it's not in my paper, and we never knew what her paper was. I don't know what it was. She always said, oh, not in my paper, dear, we don't write anything like that in my paper. I suppose the Times, I don't know what it could have been. So Mary rang up and said, oh, Your Majesty, do you know, Princess Margaret is going to marry Tony Armstrong Jones. And the Queen said, not that funny little man who takes photographs for the newspapers. And then she paused and said, I know Brodrick takes photographs for the magazines. I always remember.
I'd like to talk to you about a bit more about Mary Latter.
Yes.
Mary Latter was a very great, very major influence in your life. How did
Yes.
you actually come to meet her? How did you know?
Well, it all really started with my brother Alex, because he was at school with Mary's only brother. And so he knew Sir John and Lady Latter before I did, and they lived in Portman Square in London. And much later on, how did I first see now? I'm sorry, I have to stop. I've got to run down again. Wait a moment, about meeting Mary Latter.
It'd be nice to know actually how they were so rich.
Yes, all right. Where can I start again?
Well, I was saying, how did you actually come to meet Mary Latter?
Yes, can I start now?
Yes.
I first came to meet Mary Latter through the fact that my brother had been at school with her brother. And he had, long ago days, gone to Sir John and Lady Latter's house in London quite often, and then later on it sort of came to an end. Sir John Latter made his money in shipping, and he was an extraordinary man because he literally walked, they said, from a cottage in Ayrshire to Newcastle because he wanted to get a ship. He heard there was some nitrate in South America, and he knew there was a man in Newcastle, a shipping man who might help him. He was supposed to walk to Newcastle from somewhere in Ayrshire, and the man was so impressed, this ship owner, he was so impressed by Sir John as a boy that he let him have a ship. And Sir John went out and he did find the nitrate. And he never looked back. I mean, he married the daughter of that house, the shipping man's daughter, who became, of course, Lady Latter eventually. So Sir John and Lady Latter were very well off. Lady Latter was rich, you see, on her own account because of her father being a shipping man. So the thing was that I met Mary because of Lady Latter living in London. I never went to Portman Square. That big house was given up. And they always living in hotels in a funny way. So Sir John and Lady Latter were living in the Dorchester. And I used to go a great deal. And especially during the war, when I was on leave, Lady Latter would ring up and say, well, I don't know if you really would like to come here. The food's so dreadful in the Dorchester. And there I was living on sort of bully beef and tin things. And she thought the food in the Dorchester, she said, all the time, that's salmon. It's always salmon, it's always the same thing. And I was so hungry to see it, I was delighted to go to the Dorchester. She didn't know, Lady Latter at the time, because the Dorchester was supposed to be very safe. You see, it's concrete or something, and people thought it was a safe place to be in. And when the air raids came on, they went upstairs, not down to the basement. So they went up to their bedrooms, thinking it was much safer. I don't know why. Anyhow, there I was, and Sir John was very nervous in the war about bombs. And Lady Latter paid no attention at all. She thought it was rather common, all this business about bombs. But she didn't realize, when we were having our meals in the Dorchester, that it was a flat roof, as I happened to know above us.
Didn't she describe it as living hand to mouth?
Oh, yes. So she suddenly said, I heard her say once, someone said, where we're living now, oh, well, we're living in the Dorchester from hand to mouth. I thought that was wonderful.
But actually, you came to know Mary later on, wasn't it?
She was trapped all the war in Lausanne. She and her first husband tried to get out of Switzerland to America by going through Spain. They thought it was quite simple. So Mary hired a taxi in Lausanne, paid Mary a great deal of money, no doubt, and she and her only child, son, she and her first husband, the son and the nurse, and her maid all packed themselves into a sort of van, I think it was, and loaded with money, of course. Money all around them, strapped on inside their clothes. They thought money would get them through anything. So they set off to get into Spain, because as Mary knew it was a Spanish family, you see, she thought it might be quite easy. They went all the way across France, and they arrived at the frontier to find hundreds of cars in front of them, hundreds. Among them, the Duke and Duchess of Windsor. They were in the queue, because they in the south of France, and they were making their way, and they thought they would also go to France, and they were held up like everybody. Do you know, Mary told me they were held up in this queue so long they had to go sleep the night in sort of a village, in the village. Well, it became obvious they couldn't get through, and they had to turn round to go home again, back to Switzerland. And when they were on their way home, they met the German army, practically, coming to France. So Mary was trapped in Switzerland all the war, and it was after the war her first husband died. And then, very soon, as soon as possible, she got over to see her mother, Lady Latto, in the Dorchester. And she came over, and Lady Latto said, oh, I had met Mary in '38 briefly in Venice. And she said, oh, Mary's coming over, you must come to dinner. And that's how I saw her again. And from that time onwards, whatever date it was, just after the war, I went to Lausanne for nearly 4 months a year. I went in the winter and in the summer.
She really adopted you?
Well, I didn't realize it, but you see, she was curiously enough lonely, I think. Although she was surrounded by all these famous people, I think fundamentally she was rather lonely. In the sense she liked talking about home, you see. When you live abroad like she did, they become very more British. The British people living abroad talk a lot about life in Britain, you see, as if they miss it, you see, really. So Mary always liked to hear about what was happening in London. And so she and I could talk about that sort of thing, whereas she couldn't with her French husband, her French second husband, because he wasn't, well, he used to go to London, but she was very cut off in a sense, you see.
And you essentially became her, what in modern parlance would be known as walker, I suppose. Well,
she was very severe, you know. She was very severe with me. There was no nonsense about sort of being over-affectionate or anything. Not at all. She was very, very strict. But for instance, I said that I didn't think that I wanted to go out to dinner, particularly that night. And she'd say to me, that sounds very affected to me. And I had to go out to dinner. And when I said I wasn't very well, I used to pretend I wasn't very well. I went to bed, and she used to come in and give me some frightful medicine, which she found afterwards was the dog's medicine. And she was determined that I was not... She always caught me out, you see. And I used sometimes, when they went out to dinner, she and her husband, I was free, so I used to tear out to meet some friends. And one night they came back unexpectedly from their dinner party, and I just got back, and I rushed into bed again, and she didn't know I'd been out. Because she used to be very strict about my going out, because she didn't approve of some of the people I went out with, you see. And she used to listen when I was going out, and she said, she used to hear me going down the stairs, and she waited till I got to the bottom step, and I thought I was free to go out. And she suddenly said, where are you going? Not to post another letter. Because I was always posting letters to get out, you see.
But this friendship really lasted 20 years.
I don't know how long it was. It was from immediately after the war up until, yes, until she died 6-7 years ago.
Just at the end of the 30s,
yes.
With your routine of going around Europe,
yes.
Where did you find yourself just in the eve of war?
Well, I was then in Kitzbühel. I'm not quite so sure about the dates now, because I can't remember the actual date that Hitler came into Austria now. So that was before, you see, the war. I was in Kitzbühel when the papers suddenly came up the headlines, which weren't very reassuring, and a lot of people started to leave, to go home. I think Schuschnigg had been murdered in Austria, and then that made the Swiss nervous, and made the people in Austria nervous. So everyone got nervous then, and so I left, just happened to leave Kitzbühel. I finished my work, and I went 2-hour journey by train to St. Anton, where the really good skiers went. In the train, I was standing in the corridor, because it was very crowded, and a man came up and began to talk to me. He was German, and he hardly could speak English, but he sort of just talked generally. We had a sort of conversation. So, and suddenly, for no particular reason, he turned the lapel of his coat over, and underneath was a swastika. Well, to me then, a swastika didn't mean anything. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. And he put it back again. And I think that's the sort of secret sign that he was to do with Hitler. And sure enough, you see, when I got to St. Anton, I met him in the street, and he cut me dead. Didn't know me at all. And next day, literally, or almost that day, Hitler did come into Austria and got people began running out of Kitzbühel, you see, getting away. And I left. I was going to leave anyway, pretty well at that time. Claudette Colbert, the actress, was in St. Anton too, and so we all, and the late Duke of Hamilton, we all left fairly quickly to get into Switzerland. But the strange thing was that mystery man, why he was on the train, well, I suppose he was going to sort of pave the way for the invasion, because he had this swastika under his lapel.
So you got back to...
Then I got over the frontier and went back to Lausanne. It was so wonderful to have Lausanne to go back to in crises. And when I got back, before I went back to Lausanne, I went to the bank to change my Austrian money, and they wouldn't change it, wouldn't touch it. So I lost quite a lot of money because they wouldn't change, Austrian, Swiss wouldn't change my money. And so then I went back to Lausanne.
And then to London?
I can't remember what happened next.
Yes, you managed to get back.
Yes, except that was just only when Hitler came into Austria, you see. So that wasn't entirely the war.
Yes. There was a tremendous contrast from the 30s when you were doing your social circuit and
Yes.
the aftermath where everything was starting again after the war and everything was so very different. Was it so very different?
It's very, looking back, it seems very long ago, and it is very long ago. Well, things did quieten down, but then they have a curious way, after crises, of starting up again. So things gradually did sort of start up, and people...
Was there the same style after the war?
Never, no, never. Even towards just before the war, things went down a bit, you know. I suppose people had less money or something. For instance, when I first was in London, every dance you went to in the season was always in a private house. Whereas later, people had them in hotels, all the dances. Even people long ago didn't even consider carriages, even for a dance. They had dances in their own homes. But when the servant situation became difficult, obviously, they couldn't cope with that sort of thing. But the big houses I went to long ago, in the early days, like Seaford House, which was the Howard de Walden's, well, I mean, all the parties were wonderful. I mean, and you wore a white waistcoat and a white tie, by the way. You didn't go to dinner jacket. Then, as I say, about the time of the war, after the war, people wore dinner jackets and things very much changed.
Not nearly so smart.
Not nearly so smart, and also not so formal, because even for young people, those parties in private houses were rather stiff.
You were chaperoned?
Well, the girls were heavily chaperoned, but I remember the great thing was when you went to a dance, you used to say, well, are you going on to the Joneses? Because if you weren't going on to the Joneses, it sounded rather as if you were missing out, you see. Because people used to do two or three balls a night. They used to go from one to the other, you see. And that's when gate crashing started. The people who were asked to these balls took friends with them without permission. And there was a terrific row during the London season one year, very early on times, before the war, when some people were literally told to leave the house by the hostess, who spotted them and said, "What are you doing? Because we didn't ask you." And that was a famous thing. It was Lady Ellesmere at that date, and she had the people sent away from Bridgewater House. And then there was a great cartoon the next day, hunting with the Ellesmere or something, evicting the eviction of people.
Moving away from that now, can I just do the bit about Margaret Argyll when I say to did the Duchess of Argyll ever talk to you about the headless man?
Good gracious, no. never dreamt of it. Margaret never spoke to me about her private life at all. In fact, when I went to see her, she was always alone. I don't think I ever went to Margaret's house much when the people were there, except to a meal occasionally. Never, never. And it was a surprise to me to know someone, seeing her all the time, because she was always pretty busy, and I can't understand how she ever lent herself to that life, which I really don't like to think about, I don't like to hear about. And now it's all public. It's terrible, because I had no conception. I mean, as I always remember, she was so immaculate and so particular. I mean, I can't see how even her hair was never out of place. I can't sort of imagine her to have led that life in any way.
So you never knew anything about the headless man?
Not at all. I never knew anything about it, but it all happened later. It was about so much later.
Right. The other one I'd like to just go back on is the Kennedys.
Oh, yes.
When you were in hospital
In St. Moritz.
Yes, and they came to visit you.
Well, see, when I was in St. Moritz, it was just before the war, and I was taking my photographs, and suddenly I got this awful pain. And I was very high up at Corviglia, where they had a club up there. And I thought I'd never have pains, whatever was this pain. So I paid no attention, and suddenly it got so bad that I had to go down the funicular, which is quite a long way down, back to the hotel. And Mrs. Kennedy was there, and my last photograph that day was taken of Mrs. Kennedy, who was staying at the same hotel as I was, at Surretta House. And I suddenly began to feel awfully ill. And I managed to get back to the hotel, and stupidly I took some medicine, and without knowing it, I burst my appendix by taking the medicine. And being a Sunday, there was no doctor available, and I was on the floor in my room in agony when someone luckily came in, and it was an awful moment, because you see, but I remember even typing my captions up to the last moment, and then realizing that I guessed it was appendix. And then I was 2 months in the hospital.
And the Kennedy family came to visit?
Oh yes, and they used to come down, the Kennedy family came down to, because they were very kind and thoughtful. They came down, Mrs. Kennedy came quite often, about once a week, and then sometimes I call the president one, came down, and they all came by degrees to see me, and it was quite a long way. Where the Cresta Run stopped was where the hospital was. At the bottom of the Cresta Run, just about half an hour out of St. Moritz. Luckily I was taken ill there, because it's a good hospital. And then one day, I had got a lot of German friends, of course, when I was taking photographs, and one day in the hospital, there was a German princeling, or someone rather grand, who was entirely German. In fact, the surgeon was German, who operated on me. And the Kennedys were there, I think one of them that day. Suddenly, one of those German princes did a Hitler salute across my bed, as it were, to the man on the other side. And I always remember that.
Did you know what it was?
What?
Did you know what it was?
No.
One of the most interesting assignments you had was when you went to Portugal.
Oh, that was very interesting, yes, and very fortunate for me, because it helped me enormously. And there again, Mary sent a lot of letters of introduction. I went out to photograph the exile royalties, because there were a great many at that time. I think they've died off rather now. And I was put up in the hotel free, and while I was there, I met a charming Portuguese woman, and she and her husband had a house nearby, and they said, when you finish at the hotel, you come and stay with us. And I stayed nearly 3 weeks out there, instead of 10 days. And it was very exciting, because my one ambition had always been to see, let alone meet, Madame Lupescu, who was King Carol's mistress for very many years and caused so much political upheaval, and who he eventually married when he left Romania. I was determined, because they were living there, and so I said to my hostess, and I was staying in this house, well, of course, the first thing I must do is to photograph King Carol and Madame Lupescu. And she said, if you do that, you don't come back to this house. She said, you'll be ostracized by everybody here, if you dare to photograph King Carol and Madame de Pesco. But I said, I'm neutral, I'm a journalist. I mean, you know my work. I must do these things. Well, she said, if you do it, it's at your own risk. Well, of course I did it. And then, to my amazement, King Carol's secretary said I could go. The truth of the matter was, the residents in that part in Lisbon, outside Lisbon, they'd never been asked by King Carol. In fact, they were rather cross that I went, I suppose, in a way, because they had never, though living there, had ever met them. I think King Carol and Madame de Pesco appeared once a week at the golf club, but no one had got into contact with them. In fact, I suppose King Carol didn't want them, really. But when they heard that I was going, of course, they were very curious, really, to see what I was going to say when I came back. And so I was so excited, and the great idea was King Carol was very interesting, but I was really after Madame de Pesco, you see. And after he left Romania, got away, he went to South America. And when they were in South America, she got very, very ill, Princess Madame de Pesco, and said she was dying. And then, of course, the moment he married her, she got very well again. But they were very fond of each other. So I set off for this house, and when I got to the gate, there was a sort of bell you had to press. And suddenly the gate opened automatically, hidden in a hidden way. It sort of shook like this. And as it opened, I saw a man standing in the door, sort of footman. And he watched me all the way up the avenue. And I arrived, and he handed me a pen, because he kept a book, you see, like these royalties do, for you to sign your name. And I had signed my name in the book. And then I went in, and King Carol, I don't remember how, I must have been alone in the room when I first got in. It was a very curious room with no windows in the middle of this villa, a very big villa. It had windows high up, and the room was filled with the loot he'd managed to get away from Romania when he was allowed to leave, and sort of royal photographs and everything. And suddenly the door opened, he came in. Do you know, he was an extraordinarily nice man. One had read such awful things about him. But he was absolutely charming, and while we were talking, he said to me, I'm afraid the princess has got a very bad cold. So I thought, oh, I'm not going to see her. I got so disappointed. And I thought, how awful. Then I remembered his wonderful stamp collection as a way of topical conversation. So he showed me he had a marvelous collection of stamps. And while we were looking at the stamps, the door slowly opened, and in came Madame de Pesco. And I was simply thrilled.
What was she like?
Extraordinarily ordinary. She had what you would call an allure about her. But she had quite a bad figure, but she had these funny, curious eyes, which seemed to be green. And the famous red hair had, of course, faded rather. But she was, as I say, some kind of allure, some kind of magnetism about her. And she spoke English quite well, but her figure, I remember, was not good. But I was so excited to see her, and she kept smoking cigarettes, one after the other. And then, we had a great time. And I was so excited taking these photographs, I was almost shaking with excitement. In fact, King Carol said, I suppose you know your camera's swaying, because I'd piled up some books to put the camera onto instead of a tripod. And I felt like say it was meant to sway. But anyway, that was very interesting. Then when I left and got home, everyone said, what is it like? What is it like? Because they'd never been there, you see.
This is the woman, of course, who he gave up his throne for.
Absolutely. And left the country 2 or 3 times and then went back again. Yes.
Another one that you came across there was King Umberto of Italy.
Oh, he was very, very easy to get on with, because he came a lot to this country. See, he and his wife had separated. She was Princess Marie-Josée of Belgium, and they separated very early on. And he had gone to live at Cascais, which was near where King Carol lived. In fact, he was a friend of King. He used to go to King Carol's house. And I went to photograph him, and that was very, well, uneventful, really. I had met him once before. He was very keen on skiing, so sometimes I'd met him in the Alp days, going to the Alps.
Moving away from that,
yes,
you did have some pretty fierce knockbacks from some of the people that you
a great many I had, in fact.
I know you photographed the old Aga Khan, but you have problems?
I had many setbacks, permanently always having setbacks, but the old Aga Khan, see, when I first talking of the old Aga Khan, I had not used flash bulbs until I went to photograph him, and he was staying at the Ritz. And these flash bulbs are quite large, like electric light bulbs, but they were stuffed with some kind of like silver paper. So if they did happen to blow up, the silver paper sort of floated about all over the room instead of coming down quickly, and everyone was doing this all the time and flapped across because I caused this explosion of silver paper flying about. So when I went to the Argyll, I never thought it was going to have any explosions. I wasn't thinking of that. So we took the photograph. He was a delightful man. I remember when I met him, he always said, "Where would you like me to stand?" And he was terribly kind and very calm and collected and didn't make you feel nervous. So I duly photographed him. Suddenly the bulb went off, the first shot. Poof, the thing went crack. And he was covered in sort of fragments of glass and silver paper floating about. And do you know what he said? "I hope you're all right," he said to me. Well, he was the one who got all the blast. It was so nice. And so we had to brush him down.
He was such a contrast from his son, though.
Oh, that was much later. That son, his elder son, was killed in a motor accident. Then his son, President Argyll, his son, he was absolutely, he couldn't have a camera near him, you see, because he had these girlfriends. And it was bad for him to be seen, photographed with girlfriends. And he so loathed me, he almost had me evicted when I went to a restaurant, Gestad, in the winter up in the mountains. I knew he had a lunch party, and he had this girl, a particular girl with him. And the papers had rung me up to say that he'd give me £50, which then was a lot of money, if I could get a photograph of this girl. And so I knew he was going to have lunch in the club. And I knew he always came in about 2 o'clock, rather late. And I went up very early to the club where the president, the man who ran it, knew me very well. And he was on my side. He helped me a lot. And I got a table rather near where Argyll was going to sit, with his back to the wall. They sat facing into the room. So I knew that the girl would be opposite where I was sitting. And so I arranged myself. I knew I was going to have trouble because I knew he'd see me. But before lunch, I went into the loo and brought my cameras out and began polishing the lenses. Actually, rather earlier than he usually appeared. He didn't generally appear till about after 2. So I began to polish up the camera, and I loaded both of them. And I had a plan. I was going to put one on the table, and I had a long flex, and I could let it off, you see, by looking down at the camera. While I was polishing the lenses, the door opened, and in came the Argyll into the loo. I was caught with all the cameras laid out. And of course, it absolutely gave the show away. And then he didn't speak, and he went out of the loo. And I thought, my God, that spoiled the whole thing. Well, it was very tricky, because he was watching me, you see, at lunch. And I had these 2 cameras. And they were both, I say, loaded. And I put one onto the table with this flex, you see. And I thought I could let it off. I focused it, but no one was looking. And I was caught. He caught me. So he went up to not to me, he went straight to the director man and said, "Look here, Brodrick Haldane's to leave. I can't have him here." And you know, he was very kind, the director of the restaurant. He let me stay, and he stood up for me. And it was a fearful row. And ever after that, I never could speak to that Argyll. He was so awful. And I said, "Now look here," I said, "it's your fault for being the Argyll. If you were at the Argyll card, I wouldn't want to photograph you. It's my fault being a photographer, and so long as you're here, it's my job to photograph you." And I said, what is more, up on that peak there are people with expensive cameras I don't have, with long lenses, and they are photographing you. Why should I then not be allowed to photograph you? Because tomorrow morning or next day I'll be up, you've been photographed without knowing it, and you'll be in the papers, and I'm not allowed in.
Yes, did you, the way the world has gone, of course, with these long
Yes.
lenses, it is really, in a lot of cases, a tremendous invasion of privacy.
Absolutely terrible.
And how did you reconcile that in your time?
Well, I had to dismiss the idea because I couldn't afford a camera like that, and even if I had, I don't think I'd have taken all that trouble.
You were much more upfront and honest about it.
Well, I mean, I just had 2 Veriflex cameras, and I went on working always with them. Of course, they had great disadvantages, because you couldn't put attachments, lens attachments, onto a Rolleiflex, except filters for the light. You couldn't put on long-distance filters or things at all.
She also had problems with the famous Bendel, Duke of Westminster.
That was only once a year. He was paranoid about being photographed, because you see, I don't know what it was about the press. Well, he had so many marriages, and he was very much very malvu. People didn't. Even George V decreed that he should never go to a Buckingham Palace garden party because he'd had all these wives and everything. I've forgotten now. Yes, there have been. There seemed to be more towards the end of his life suddenly. But anyway, the thing was, his great idea was to marry Chanel, the dress.
Coco Chanel.
Coco
Chanel.
Coco, yes. He had
We're about 2 minutes from the end of the